kituo chako. Habari muhimu, burudani ya kipekee. KenLive, nyumbani kwa habari na burudani. Habari za ukweli bila kuficha. Matukio yote kwa ajili yako. Nyumbani kwa habari na burudani. KenLive iko freshi, safi kabisa. KenLive, sauti yako, vibe yako, kituo chako. Habari muhimu, burudani ya kipekee. KenLive, nyumbani kwa habari na burudani. Habari za ukweli bila kuficha. Matukio.
Chief Registrar of Judiciary, County Governors, Members of Parliament present, Chairpersons of Constitutional Commissions, and holders of independent offices, Principal Secretaries, Service Commanders, and heads of our national security organs, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the clergy, our Masuja, Katiba, honored guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Last year, as the nation prepared to commemorate 15 years since the promulgation of the Constitution, as an annual occasion for the nation to reaffirm its commitment to the Constitution, although it remains a working day of government, together with schools and others that promote constitutional awareness, civic responsibility, and fidelity to our national values. It is in fulfillment of the national call that we gather today for the second observance of Katiba Day, honoring our 16 years journey since the promulgation of the Constitution. This symposium brings together institutions entrusted with public duty and the people in whose name that authority is exercised. Represented here are the executive, parliament and judiciary, the national and county governments, constitutional commissions, and independent offices, our Masuja, our Katiba, the diplomatic community, faith leaders, civil society, professional bodies, the private sector, academia, young people, persons with disabilities, and community-based organizations from across the Republic. With the constituent parts of our constitutional order duly represented, it is my distinct honor and privilege to call the 2026 Katiba Day Symposium in order. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 16 years after the promulgation of the Constitution, this Katiba Day calls upon us to account for the responsibilities it entrusts to each institution of state. It calls upon public authority to serve the people and every office holder to answer for the authority entrusted to them. This responsibility is captured in the theme of this year's commemoration. And I quote, Katiba at 16, Kenya yetu, wajibu wetu, tuwajibike. The theme summons every institution and every office holder to account for how they have discharged the mandate entrusted to them. Ladies and gentlemen, our responsibility to the Constitution extends to honoring the symbols through which our nationhood is expressed. They carry our history, our national dream and prayer, proclaim our sovereignty, and affirm our common identity as one people, one nation. Accordingly, Article 9 of the Constitution identifies the national symbols of the Republic as the national flag, the national anthem, the coat of arms, and the public seal. The Constitution gives these symbols their place within our national order. As the supreme expression of the sovereign will of the Kenyan people, the Constitution is the foundation upon which every institution is established, every public office is held, and every authority of the state is exercised. It is therefore fitting that before the formal proceedings of this commemoration commence, the Constitution and our national symbols are ceremonially presented and installed at the center of this commemoration. Their presence at the heart of this ceremony affirms that the Republic, its institutions, and all who exercise public authority are founded upon the will of the people and remain subject to the Constitution. The presentation will commence with the copy number 1 promulgated on 27th August 2010. The Constitution will be presented by the Honorable Attorney General, whose office is constitutionally entrusted with promoting the rule of law and defending the public interest. Thereafter, the national symbols will be presented within due honor by the Kenya Defense Forces, guardians of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Republic. Your Excellency, honored guests, may I now request that we all rise for the conveyance and ceremonial installation of the copy number 1 of the Constitution of Kenya and the other national emblems of the Republic. Kenya Defense Forces, you may proceed.
Mheshimiwa Rais, katiba hii ya Kenya ilipitishwa mwaka wa 2010 tarehe 4 Agosti na kuanza kutumika rasmi tarehe 27 Agosti mwaka wa 2010. Mwanasheria mkuu Mheshimiwa Dorcas Oduor, Senior Counsel, akituletea nakala ya kwanza ya katiba hii hivi sasa. Na katiba hii, Mheshimiwa Rais, ikiwa imeweka misingi ifuatayo: ukuu wa wananchi, ikipeana mamlaka kwa wananchi wenyewe ili waweze kujitawala; haki na uhuru wa msingi, haki ya kuishi kwa usawa, uhuru na kujieleza; elimu, afya na utu. Mheshimiwa Rais, katiba hii imeweza pia kuweka mgawanyo wa mamlaka, ikiwemo ile ya executive, mamlaka ya utendaji, bunge inayotunga sheria, na hali kadhalika mahakama, ambapo tunakimbilia wakati wa kupata haki. Miongoni mwa sheria ambazo ziko ndani ya katiba hii, Mheshimiwa mwanasheria mkuu hivi sasa akiweza kuandaa katiba hii na kuiweka mahali panapostahiki. Katiba ya Kenya ikiwa ndiyo sheria kuu, ikiwa na sura 18. Mheshimiwa Rais, takayofuata hivi sasa ni bendera rasmi ya taifa la Kenya.
Fresh safi kabisa, KenLive, sauti yako, vibe yako, kituo chako, habari muhimu, burudani ya kipekee. KenLive, nyumbani kwa habari na burudani, habari za ukweli bila kuficha, matukio yote, baadhi ya elimu. KenLive.
Mheshimiwa Rais, ikiashiria amani tulio nayo na umoja wetu kama Wakenya. Rangi nyekundu ikiashiria damu iliyomwagika wakati wa mapambano ya kuleta uhuru. Rangi ya kijani ikionyesha ardhi na utajiri pamoja na mali asili ya taifa letu la Kenya. Na Mheshimiwa Rais, ngao na mikuki hiyo ikiashiria utayari wetu wa kulinda taifa letu la Kenya. Bendera ya Kenya. Kuweza kuondoa hivi sasa bendera hii Mheshimiwa Rais, na kuweza kuiweka mahali maalum tayari kuweza kuendelea na hafla hii ya kusherekea katiba miaka 16 tangu kuweza kuzinduliwa. Takayofuata Mheshimiwa Rais takuwa ni maneno ya wimbo wa taifa, ukipenda kwa lugha ya Kimombo National Anthem Lyrics. Mheshimiwa Rais, maneno ya wimbo wa taifa ya Jamhuri ya Kenya ina uzito ikiweza kutuweka mbele zake Mwenyezi Mungu na kuomba dua. Neno la kwanza Mheshimiwa Rais, tukiweza kufahamu kwamba Mwenyezi Mungu ndiye mwenye nguvu zote na kuweka imani yetu kwake Mwenyezi Mungu aweze kuibariki na kuilinda Kenya. Pia inaweza kutueleza kwamba umoja wetu ndio nguzo yetu, tuweze kushikamana kila wakati tukiomba amani iweze kuwa katika taifa letu la Kenya na utulivu, uhuru wa kuweza kulinda taifa letu na hali kadhalika Kenya kuweza kustawi na maendeleo. Upendo na umoja wa taifa, uzalendo wa kujitolea kwa ajili ya Kenya. Na kwa ujumla Mheshimiwa Rais, wimbo wa taifa unaonyesha uzalendo, umoja, amani, uhuru na matumaini ya Kenya kustawi. Maneno ya wimbo wa taifa. Shukran. Mheshimiwa Rais, takayofuata ni nembo ya taifa la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Rais, nembo ya taifa la Kenya ni alama rasmi inayoonyesha ujumbe wa umoja, ulinzi, uhuru na utambulisho wa taifa la Kenya. Kwenye nembo hii Mheshimiwa Rais, utaweza kuona ngao. Ngao hii inaashiria ulinzi wa taifa letu la Kenya. Simba wawili Mheshimiwa Rais, wakiashiria nguvu tulio nayo kulinda taifa letu, tukiwa na ujasiri na imara kama simba, ardhini, angani na hata kwenye fuo za bahari zetu. Mikuki miwili Mheshimiwa Rais unayoiona ni ya kulinda mipaka yetu na hali kadhalika taifa letu la Kenya. Jogoo inaashiria mamlaka na hali kadhalika mwanzo mpya, kama vile Mheshimiwa Rais kila asubuhi jogoo anapowika wasaa wa majogoo alfajiri, Wakenya huamka kujituma na kuanza kujenga taifa lao. Mimea unayoona Mheshimiwa Rais inaashiria kilimo na utajiri wa mali asili tulio nayo kama taifa la Kenya. Unavyotazama Mheshimiwa Rais, tuna pareto, nanasi, mahindi miongoni mwa mimea tunayoipanda na mazao yanayopatikana katika taifa letu la Kenya. Neno harambee Mheshimiwa Rais linatukumbusha tushirikiane, tusaidiane kwa pamoja, tuwe na mshikamano mmoja kama wa Kenya. Nembo ya taifa la Kenya. Thank you. Mheshimiwa Rais, kuhitimisha tafrija hizi za kijeshi ni muhuri wa umma, the public seal, Republic of Kenya. Mgeni wetu rasmi, kwa sababu ya uzito wa muhuri huu, wanajeshi hawa wataenda kuuzindua upande ule wa pili na utaweza kutazama, na nitawaalika sote tuweze kuelekeza macho yetu kwenye runinga zetu na hali kadhalika walioko hapa mbele kuweza kutazama wanajeshi hawa wakizindua muhuri huu wa umma, katika lugha ya Kimombo the public seal, Republic of Kenya. Muhuri wa umma wa Kenya ni alama rasmi, Mheshimiwa Rais, inayotumika kuthibitisha nyaraka rasmi za serikali na hali kadhalika inaashiria mamlaka ya serikali kuleta uhalali na uhalisia wa kuthibitisha kwamba hati hizi ni rasmi na hali kadhalika kuleta ukuu wa jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Wakienda kuzindua rasmi hivi sasa wa umma. Mheshimiwa Rais, rasmi muhuri huu wa umma ni wakati ulipokuwa unapandisha mji wa Eldoret kuwa jiji na tukaweza kuona rasmi muhuri huu wa umma wanapohitimisha tafrija hizi za kijeshi. Kwa heshima tarudisha kwake Hopes aweze kuendelea. Mheshimiwa Felix Kosgei. Thank you.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you may kindly take your seats. Your Excellency, the Constitution now installed before us opens with a preamble. This preamble is the soul upon which our people of Kenya honor the generations whose struggle brought freedom and justice to our land, affirm the values by which we seek to live, and declare the nation we resolve to build. It is therefore befitting that these words should be voiced today by a new generation of Kenyans and the custodians of its future. Sir, permit me now to invite the 16 pupils selected to lead us in the recital
tunakujuza Kenya saa zote. KenLive iko freshi safi kabisa. KenLive, sauti yako, vibe yako, kituo cha
Morning, Your Excellency, honorable gentlemen and women. Before you is Jamhuri School and Pangani High School, presenting to you the recital of the preamble of the 2010 Constitution of Kenya. we, the people of Kenya,
acknowledging the supremacy of the Almighty God of all creation, honoring those who heroically struggled to bring freedom and justice to our land, proud of our ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity, and determined to live in peace and unity as one indivisible sovereign nation. Respectful of the environment, which is our heritage, and determined to sustain it for the benefit of future generations, committed to nurturing and protecting the well-being of the individual, the family, communities, and the nation. Recognizing the aspirations of all Kenyans for a government based on the essential values of human rights, equality, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law. Exercising our sovereign and inalienable right to determine the form of governance of our country, and having participated fully in the making of this constitution, having adopted, enacted, and given this constitution to ourselves and to our future generations, and having promulgated it on the 27th day of August in the year of our Lord 2010, do hereby, on this 16th anniversary of its promulgation, reaffirm our commitment to respect, uphold, and defend this constitution for the glory of Kenya. God bless Kenya.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you may kindly take your seats. Thank you. Your Excellency, the aspirations proclaimed in the preamble are marked throughout the contours of our Constitution. Among its most consequential reforms were devolution and the establishment of Constitutional Commission and independent offices. Devolution brought government resources and decision-making closer to the people. Constitutional commissions and independent offices were established to protect the sovereignty of the people, secure observance by all state organs of democratic values and principles, and promote constitutionalism. Through these institutions, the Constitution was intended to take root across the Republic and find expressions in the daily lives of Kenyans. 16 years on, this Katiba Day provides an occasion to account for how faithfully these institutions have discharged their mandates and how meaningfully their work has advanced the constitutional promise. Are our institutions protecting rights and serving citizens? Are they strengthening accountability? Are their constitutional mandates producing measurable improvements in the lives of the people? These questions lie at the heart of today's symposium. They guide this national examination of the progress made, the obligations that remain, and the work required to give full effect to the Constitution. That work calls for sustained coordination amongst the institutions established under our constitutional order. Within the organization of the national government, the office of the Deputy President is responsible for coordinating relations between the two levels of government and facilitating engagement with constitutional commissions and independent offices. It is pursuant to that mandate that His Excellency, the Deputy President, has provided leadership in convening the 2026 Katiba Day Symposium and shaping its constitutional accountability agenda. To set the context for the proceedings and frame the constitutional responsibilities that will guide our deliberations, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite the Deputy President to address this symposium and thereafter invite His Excellency the President to make his remarks. Sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the Deputy President.
Your Excellency, sir, I ride on all the protocols that have been established already and would like to say the following before I invite you, Your Excellency. That on a moment like this one, 5 things, at least for me, ran through my mind. The first is on the 16th anniversary of celebrating the constitution that we established for ourselves to guide the creation of a modern Kenya. It is an occasion to look at how far we have traveled in the journey of living up to the aspirations of our Constitution as captured in the preamble, which has just been recited for us, but also in the foundational articles of the Constitution that form the bedrock upon which our constitutional architecture is raised. These foundational articles define Kenya as a democratic multi-party state. It defines the territory of Kenya in Article 5, where it stretches from, and the subnational units that constitute Kenya, the 47 counties of our republic. It defines us as a multicultural, multi-ethnic, multiracial, multi-religious society determined to live together as one sovereign, indivisible nation. Your Excellency, it is a good time for us to reflect on how far we have advanced our sovereignty and the sovereignty of the people of Kenya, how far we have kept the unity of our nation, and how far we've traveled in forging tolerance and finding strength as a nation in our diversity. The second item, or the second theme that runs through my reflection on a day like this as a citizen of Kenya, is how far again in those 16 years, Your Excellency, we have been able to perfect our vertical relationships. Looking at the Constitution, a relationship is envisaged between those who act on behalf of the state and the people. The relationship between the legislature, judiciary, and the executive at the national level, and the executive and the legislature at the county level, and also holders of constitutional commissions and independent offices. How the 3 arms of government and the 2 arms of government at the county level relate to one another, and especially relate to the citizens of Kenya, the vertical relationship. Number 3 is the horizontal relationship among the arms of government themselves and the levels of government, and how we have come to perfect devolution, to respect the independence of the judiciary, to respect the independence of the legislature, how far the legislature has been a check on the executive, and how far the judiciary has helped us to interpret the laws of our land. That is the third thing that runs through my mind. But there is a fourth theme that runs through my mind, Your Excellency. And this is the software of our nation. Our Constitution envisages that this nation, other than the development we do for ourselves, will be run on the basis of certain values, national values, and principles of our governance. Article 10, read together with Article 232 of the Constitution, provides the software of our nation. And the question is, to what extent have we been patriotic? To what extent have we advanced the rule of law, human rights, democracy, environmental sustainability, accountability, the values of the public service in Article 232, etc., etc. And I think on a day like this one, we will be listening to one another to find out what journey we have covered and where the gaps are, so that we can perfect our nation's software as we also strengthen its hardware. Finally, Your Excellency, on a day like this one, I and perhaps a few others in this room are curious to reflect on the 16 years that we have taken to advance the requirements of the two legs on which our country and our democracy is founded. These two legs are found in the Bill of Rights. But they are also scattered everywhere else, including the preamble. The first limb is the limb of democracy, and the need to advance and democratic ideals. But there is a second limb, Your Excellency. And this is the limb that you invited us to begin a conversation on as we look towards a Kenya beyond prosperity. I dare say, Your Excellency, before I invite you, that as you reminded us when you were launching this conversation, that the aspiration is very much about democracy, but it's also very much about creating wealth for the citizens of Kenya, realizing the aspects of the Bill of Rights that give dignity and empowerment to the citizen, creating a wealthy, healthy Kenya. Rights that have been ignored for some time now around decent housing, their right to health, the right to access the things that make life convenient and comfortable. And I dare say, Africa, Kenya, the developing world must not shy away from pursuing wealth and talking about wealth creation as much as we advance democracy. And therefore, mine, Your Excellency, is to listen to you and to the many other people that I see gathered here. I see the fathers of our Constitution present here. I see the children of our Constitution right here. And because we have a long morning ahead of us, and because also I see many people who are much more qualified on the matters of today's discussion than I am, I want to stop there and request that we be upstanding and invite His Excellency the President to set the tone for this meeting. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Speak to the nation.
Thank you very much. Please, let's take our seats. Asante sana. Distinguished guests, fellow citizens, ladies and gentlemen, on this day, 16 years ago, Kenya did not merely promulgate a new supreme law. We entered a new constitutional order and renewed the covenant upon which our republic is established. Generations of Kenyans had struggled and sacrificed for this moment. They wanted a nation governed not by the whims of the mighty and powerful, but by the sovereign will of the people. A nation in which authority would be restrained by law, public office exercised as a trust, and every institution held accountable to the citizens it serves. With that in mind, Katiba Day, 16 years later, must be more than an annual anniversary. It must be a day of national accounting. We must take a collective pause and reflect on a few critical questions. Have we faithfully implemented the Constitution? Have we exercised the authority it confers upon us responsibly? Have we effectively delivered the rights that the Constitution guarantees? And have our institutions fully honored the purposes for which they were established? These questions apply to the executive, to parliament, to the judiciary, to the national and county governments, to constitutional commissions and independent offices, and to every state and public officer. Ladies and gentlemen, our Constitution performs two equally important principles. First, it restrains power. It shares authority, establishes checks and balances, protects fundamental freedoms, and provides remedies against abuse. Second, it manages power. It commands the state to govern, protect, and provide, and progressively realize the social and economic rights of the people. Our responsibility is to uphold both obligations. Power must be managed and rights must be assured. That is why Article 43 is central to any honest assessment of constitutional implementation. It guarantees every person the right to the highest attainable standards of health, accessible and adequate housing, and reasonable standards of sanitation, freedom from hunger, and adequate food of acceptable quality, clean and safe water in adequate quantities, social security, and education. It further declares that no person shall be denied emergency medical treatment and requires the state to provide appropriate social security to persons unable to support themselves and their dependents. These are not ornamental provisions placed in our Constitution. They are fundamental rights. Article 21 requires the state to take legislative, policy, and other measures, including the setting of standards, to achieve the progressive realization of what I have stated. But progressive realization does not mean indefinite postponement. It recognizes that resources are finite, but requires every government to take reasonable, deliberate, concrete, and measurable steps towards fulfilling these rights. Progress must therefore be visible in whether a mother can obtain health care, whenever and whether an emergency patient is treated before being asked for pay, whether a family has clean water, whether a child can attend school, and whether a citizen can afford a decent home, and whether a vulnerable person can live in dignity. To my mind, therefore, the ultimate test of the constitutional implementation is not how often we quote the Constitution or invoke constitutionalism. It is how closely the daily experience of the citizens reflect the promise of the Constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, when this administration sought the mandate of the people in 2022, it was not merely on the basis of campaign rhetoric or political sloganeering. We placed a concrete proposal on the delivery of Article 43 at the center of our national transformation agenda. Universal health care, affordable housing, food security, education, and social protection became central pillars of our national transformation plan. The bottom-up economic transformation agenda was, from the outset, designed as an instrument for the implementation of the Constitution. That is why, over the last 4 years, we have been translating constitutional obligations into practical benefits across healthcare, housing, education, agriculture, and devolution. More than 32 million Kenyan citizens are now registered, with 8 million being treated by Social Health Authority. Over 100,000 community health promoters are servicing households, and the 922 Lifeline is strengthening access to emergency care. More than 274,000 affordable homes are under construction, creating 1.1 million jobs. We have also recruited more than 100,000 teachers and constructed 23,000 classrooms to boost education outcomes, and rolled out a new funding model for our university education. At the same time, agricultural reforms are increasing food production, reducing agricultural inputs, putting more income into farmers' pockets, and strengthening service delivery through county governments. By no means is this work complete. Significant steps remain. Nevertheless, these interventions demonstrate that the promise of our new constitution is steadily becoming the lived experience of more Kenyans today than was the case before. This same constitutional obligation must now guide the national conversation on Kenya beyond 2030. As we consider the country we want to build beyond the present development horizon, we must not begin, and we will not be beginning, from a barren place. The Constitution has already defined our destination, and that is a democratic, prosperous, equitable, and inclusive republic founded on human dignity, social justice, sustainable development, and the sovereignty of the people. The task before us is to translate that constitutional destination into a coherent national development charter. We must determine how the next generation of growth will deliver the rights guaranteed in the Constitution, how devolution will unlock the potential of every part of Kenya, how innovation, technology, and enterprise will expand opportunity, how economic progress will be reconciled with environmental stewardship, and how Kenya's choices will protect rather than mortgage the future of generations yet to come. Kenya beyond 2030 must therefore be more than a new economic blueprint or a catalogue of projects. It must be a compact between the state and the citizen, between the present and the future, and between our national ambition and our collective responsibility. Let me repeat that. Kenya beyond 2030 must therefore be more than a new economic blueprint or a catalogue of projects. It must be a compact between the state and the citizens, between the present and the future, and between our national ambition and our collective responsibility. Its success will not only be measured by the size of our economy, the height of our buildings, or the reach of our infrastructure. It will be measured by the dignity, opportunity, security, and quality of life enjoyed by every citizen. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me and us to another consequential question of accountability in our constitutional democracy. What is the place of an electoral mandate within a constitutional order? Political parties present manifestos to the people. Citizens consider competing visions and elect a government. That mandate carries democratic legitimacy and imposes a responsibility on leaders to keep their word and deliver on their promise. The ballot gives the mandate. The Constitution establishes the boundaries. The public institutions ensure that both are respected. How much constitutional space must an elected government have to implement the program upon which it was elected? When that program is challenged, how should courts distinguish between reviewing constitutionality and making policy choices constitutionally entrusted to elected institutions. When a court finds that a policy violates the Constitution, how should the executive and parliament respond promptly and constructively? How should courts protect rights while remaining attentive to institutional roles, public resources, and practical consequences of their decisions? How do we preserve constitutional review without unnecessarily paralyzing legitimate government action? How do we ensure that checks and balances remain instruments of accountability and holding government to account rather than pathways to institutional gridlock? These questions do not constitute any attack on any institution or infringement on any institution. Judicial independence is non-negotiable. Courts must remain free to interpret the Constitution, protect rights, and invalidate unlawful action. Equally, executive, legislative, and judicial authority all derive legitimacy from the people and must be exercised in their service. Where a government acts unlawfully, it must obey the courts and correct its course. Where lawful policy choices fall within the constitutional authority of elected institutions, that democratic space must also be respected. Ladies and gentlemen, accountability also requires us to confront difficult moments in our recent national life. During the protests of 2024 and those that followed, young Kenyans and other citizens exercised their constitutional freedoms to speak, assemble, demonstrate, picket, and petition public authorities. Their message was clear. They wanted to be heard. They demanded greater accountability, better government, and a meaningful place in shaping the future of their nation. Those demands were not an assault on democracy. Peaceful protest, criticism, and dissent are essential to democracy. Yet, those protests also presented our republic with a profound constitutional question. How do we protect the citizens' right to protest while at the same time fulfilling the state's obligation to preserve constitutional order? The Constitution itself provides the starting point. Article 37 protects the right of every person peaceably and unarmed to assemble, demonstrate, picket, and present petitions to public authorities. That protection must be real. No Kenyan should lose their life, liberty, or dignity merely for criticizing government, expressing an unpopular opinion, or participating in peaceful demonstration. I recognize the pain that remains from the events of that period. Some families lost loved ones. Serious allegations were made concerning unlawful arrests, enforced disappearances, and the excessive use of lethal force. We cannot honor the Constitution by looking away from such allegations. Every credible allegation of a human rights violation must be investigated independently, thoroughly, and transparently. Where wrongdoing is established, those responsible must be held accountable in accordance with the law. At the same time, defending the rights of peaceful protesters does not require us to excuse crime committed under the cover of protest. The Constitution protects peaceful and unarmed assembly. It does not protect arson, looting, lawlessness, violence, intimidation, attacks on citizens, or the destruction of public and private property. Sorry. We must therefore distinguish carefully between a citizen exercising a constitutional right and an individual committing criminal offenses. We must neither criminalize protest because of the actions of a few, nor legitimize criminal conduct merely because it occurs in the course of a protest. Rights and responsibilities are not enemies. Responsibility protects the conditions in which everyone's right can be enjoyed. The right to protest carries a responsibility to remain peaceful and unarmed. The duty to maintain order carries an obligation to respect life, dignity, and the law. The authority to govern carries a responsibility to listen. The authority and the freedom to disagree carries a responsibility to preserve the democratic institutions through which disagreement can be expressed and resolved. Government belongs to the people. Parliament belongs to the people. The courts belong to the people. The institutions of the republic belongs to the people. They may be criticized, challenged, and required to account, but they must not be destroyed because they are the instruments through which the people govern themselves. Our national task, therefore, is not to choose between liberty and order. It is to build an order founded on liberty and to exercise liberty in a manner that preserves the constitutional order. Let me repeat that. Our national task, therefore, is not to choose between liberty and order. It is to build an order founded on liberty and to exercise liberty in a manner that preserves the constitutional order. Ladies and gentlemen, the Constitution belongs to all of us. Its authority binds all of us. Its rights protects all of us. Its responsibilities call on all of us to account. Accountability cannot end with defending institutional territory, observing procedures, or publishing reports. Ultimately, we must account for outcomes. Whether we have protected the sovereignty of the people, upheld human dignity, preserved constitutional order, used public resources responsibly, and brought the rights guaranteed by our Constitution within the reach of more citizens. 16 years ago, we gave ourselves a transformative Constitution. Our responsibility today is to fulfill its promise and build a democratic, prosperous, and transformed republic. That is the meaning of Katiba at 16. What we now say, Kenya yetu, wajibu wetu. I know there will be a robust conversation after this. I just thought of provoking us to have a conversation in this context as we celebrate our Constitution. And it is a moment for us to reflect collectively as a nation, not pointing fingers, not avoiding responsibility, not trying to excuse what is not right, but to honestly talk not at, but with each other. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Another round of applause for His Excellency as we take our seats. Thank you, Your Excellency. As mentioned by His Excellency, we are going to have a number of discussions. Our first panel discussion is going to be on the state of accountability. And I'll request that the choir, you take your position as we now set up the stage for that discussion. It is going to be discussion basically on the state of accountability by constitutional commissions and independent offices. But while we set up the stage for that particular discussion, we'll have the All Saints Cathedral Choir together with the Presidential Escort Band that will sing a song. And this particular song is I Vow to Thee, My Country, featuring a specially newly commissioned second and third verse honoring Kenya's Katiba. And if you look up, you'll see we have 16 flags that are flying up there and behind on the backstage, which is just a reminder of the 16 years of our Katiba 2010. So the choir, together with the Presidential Escort Band, are going to give us a wonderful song, I Vow to Thee, My Country, featuring a special newly commissioned second and third verse honoring Kenya's Katiba. Choir, over to you.
Tunakujuza Kenya saa zote daima, kutoka mtaani hadi kwenye skrini. KenLive iko freshi safi kabisa. KenLive, sauti yako, vibe yako, kituo chako, habari muhimu, burudani ya kipekee. kituo chako. Habari muhimu, burudani ya kipekee. Nyumbani kwa habari na burudani. KenLive, 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 KenLive. KenLive iko freshi safi kabisa. KenLive, KenLive, sauti yako, vibe yako, kituo chako. Habari muhimu, burudani ya kipekee. KenLive, 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 nyumbani kwa habari na burudani. Habari za ukweli bila kuficha. Matukio yote, baadhi ya elimu. KenLive, KenLive. KenLive, KenLive. KenLive, KenLive. KenLive, KenLive. KenLive, KenLive. KenLive. Nyumbani kwa habari na burudani. Habari za ukweli bila kuficha. Matukio yote kwa ajili yako. Asubuhi, mchana, usiku pia.
Before we get to the panel discussion, allow me, Your Excellency, to invite Honorable Dorcas Agek-Oduor, the Attorney General in the state law, to make some submissions before we then have the panel discussion, which will be looking at the state of accountability. Welcome.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, the Speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to introduce this important conversation on the state of accountability by constitutional commissions and independent offices. Some experts say that constitutionalism divides power among government branches, institutions, for purposes of checks and balances in a political system. As evidence of that division, Your Excellency, on behalf of the women in leadership, I wish to express our gratitude because out of the 12, chapter 15, institutions that are the subject of today's symposium, 6 of them are led by women. And that is an example of constitutionalism. The Honorable the Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court is the chair of the Judicial Service Commission. Margaret Nyakango is the controller of budget. Nancy Gadhungu is the Auditor General. Honorable Jaldesa Rehema is the chair of GEC. Clarice Oganga is the chair of Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. And Mary Chebukati is the chair of the Revenue Allocation. Not forgetting the Chief Registrar of the court and myself. We found favor before God and before you, and we are grateful for having been given that opportunity to assist you in nurturing constitutionalism in this country. We have been supported by all branches of government. As we commemorate 16 years of our Constitution, we are invited to do more than celebrate the existence of the constitutional order that we created in 2010. we are called to examine whether our institutions are living up to the expectations of the Katiba and ultimately to the expectations of the Kenyan people. It is in this sense that the theme of today's symposium, Katiba at 16, Kenya yetu, wajibu wetu, tuwajibike, is particularly appropriate. Our constitution is ours. Our institutions are ours. And the responsibility for making the constitution work is equally ours. The great constitutional transformation of 2010 was not simply the redistribution of the institutional functions. It was the redefinition of the relationship between power and responsibility. It deliberately created institutions with distinct mandates, checks and balances, safeguards for independence and clear responsibilities to the people. In particular, constitutional commissions and independent offices occupy a very important place in that architecture. They exist to protect the sovereignty of the people, secure observance by state organs of democratic values and principles, and to promote constitutionalism. Their independence is therefore not incidental. It is fundamental. But there is an important distinction we must continue to appreciate. Our institutions are independent, but they are not isolated. Indeed, one of the enduring lessons of 16 years of constitutional implementation is that independence and interdependence must coexist. The Constitution does not contemplate institutions operating as a separate island or separate islands. It gives institutions distinct mandates, but places all of them within one constitutional operative framework, serving one sovereign, the people of Kenya. A commission may be independent in the exercise of its mandate, but the fulfillment of that mandate will often require engagement with Parliament, the executive, the judiciary, other commissions and independent officers, county governments, and citizens. The Auditor General may identify questions concerning the use of public resources. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission may confront questions of integrity and corruption. The Commission Administrative of Justice may address maladministration. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights may raise questions touching on the protection of rights and freedoms. The Salaries and Remuneration Commission has its own constitutional responsibilities within the management of public resources. In fact, sometimes Kenyans wonder that if all these things are well spelled in the Constitution, how come some institutions are still going to the judiciary to interpret their mandate? How come some independent officers and constitutional commissions still think that their powers are not properly being exercised when the Constitution has given them the power and the legislations that create them give them the operative atmosphere? These mandates are distinct, but the constitutional objectives they serve are interconnected. The challenge, therefore, is not to weaken institutional independence in the name of cooperation. Neither should we use independence as a reason for institutional isolation. We must always endeavor to build a culture in which institutions are sufficiently independent to dispense and discharge their mandates fearlessly, while being sufficiently interconnected to make the constitutional system work effectively. That requires mutual respect. It requires consultation. It requires information sharing where the law permits. It requires coordination action where mandates intersect. And importantly, it requires each institution to recognize that constitutional effectiveness is ultimately measured not by institutional visibility, but by outcomes for citizens. Your Excellency, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to another important question for Katiba 16. Are our institutions as strong as the Constitution requires them to be? Institution building is not an event. It is a continuous constitutional responsibility. 16 years after promulgation, we must continue to strengthen the institutions entrusted with safeguarding our democracy. That includes strengthening their legal frameworks. It means ensuring they have the institutional capacity, professional competence, and resources necessary to discharge their mandates. It means safeguarding their independence. It also means strengthening their internal systems of governance accountability, transparency, and performance. Strong institutions are not simply institutions that possess power. Strong institutions are institutions that exercise their power lawfully, consistently, fairly, and effectively. They must be capable of resisting improper pressure, but they must equally be capable of accepting legitimate scrutiny. They must demand accountability from others while demonstrating accountability themselves. Because independence without accountability can undermine public confidence, just as surely as interference can undermine institutional independence. As we reflect on 16 years of implementation, the deeper question is accountability for constitutional purpose. We should therefore be willing to ask ourselves difficult questions, and I want to add on to the questions that His Excellency the President added. Are our constitutional commissions and independent offices fulfilling the purposes for which they were created? Are they accessible to ordinary citizens? Are they sufficiently responsive? Are their recommendations and decisions translated into meaningful action? Do our institutions collaborate effectively when mandates intersect? Are there legal, financial, or administrative weaknesses that are preventing some institutions from fully performing their constitutional functions? And perhaps, most importantly, can the ordinary Kenyan see the difference that the Constitution has made in his or her life? These are difficult questions, but a mature constitutional democracy must be willing to ask difficult questions of itself. Just like at the beginning, an example of the donkey dung and the difficulty of taking care of it, that we are asking today to that. Because constitutionalism must ultimately be felt. It must be felt by a citizen who seeks accountability for the misuse of public resources. It must be felt by a Kenyan who encounters maladministration. It must be felt by a person whose rights have been violated, and it must be felt by communities seeking fairness, equality, and justice. It must be felt in the integrity of a public service and in the responsible management of public resources. If the Constitution remains impressive on paper but does not translate into the lived experience of citizens, then our constitutional project remains incomplete. At 16, therefore, perhaps the most useful question is no longer simply whether the architecture created in 2010 was sound. The question is whether we are making the architecture work. The Constitution is only as strong as the institutions that implement it, and those institutions are only as strong as the trust they command from the people. The relationship between our institution must therefore never be reduced to competition over mandate or territory. There will naturally be points of tension within our constitutional democracy. Indeed, institutional checks and balances sometimes require tension, but constitutional tension should be productive and not destructive. Our institutions may disagree, they may scrutinize one another, they may challenge each other's decisions through constitutionally established processes, but they must always remain anchored in the recognition that they are components of the same constitutional republic. Independent, yes, but interdependent. Different mandates, but one constitutional mission. Different institution, but one people, and ultimately one constitution. As Attorney General, I approach this conversation conscious of the distinctive place of the Office of the Attorney General within our constitutional architecture. My role includes advising the government, defending the public interest, supporting the rule of law, and contributing to the continual strengthening of Kenya's legal and institutional framework. That responsibility demands that we protect the space necessary for constitutional institutions to perform their mandates, while also encouraging cooperation, accountability, and fidelity to the Constitution across government. It requires us to recognize a principle that is fundamental to the 2010 Constitution. No institution is above the Constitution, but no constitutional institution should be subjected to the improper control of another. This is the principle of constitutional comity. The session, therefore, provides an important opportunity for honest institutional reflection. We should celebrate what has worked over the 16 years, but we must also have the courage to identify where institutional practice has fallen short of constitutional expectation. Katiba 16 should not merely be an anniversary. It should be a checkpoint, a moment at which we ask, what have we built? What must we strengthen? What must we change? And what must we do differently over the next 16 years to ensure that the constitutional promise is more fully realized? This morning, we are privileged to hear from the institutions that occupy some of the most consequential spaces in this constitutional accountability and architecture. And as the Office of the Attorney General, I want to confirm that we have gotten the greatest cooperation and coordination with all the branches of government, all the independent offices, and all the constitutional offices under Chapter 15. We are honored this morning to have with us the Auditor General, Nancy Gadungu, Bishop Oginde of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Charles Orinda. Dates lies one common constitutional responsibility. I therefore invite the threatens institutional effectiveness. Tell us where without compromising their independence closer to the constitutional republic, the challenges that remain, and the opportunities for strengthening accountability and institutional effectiveness going forward. Because ultimately, that it extends to invite
who's a senior reporter from Nation Media Group, who's going to moderate this session. So Ibrahim, karibu. Please, let's go straight to the Q&A. And
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, the Deputy President. Allow me to ride on the protocol that has already been established. And in this particular session, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to honestly have a conversation about your role, the role of constitutional commissions and independent officers, not only limited to the 5 that are represented here, but all the commissions and independent officers in the country. The President has invited us to reflect about questions, important questions, pertinent questions, and so has the Attorney General. And just to set this, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. When you hear about where we are as a country, when, as the Auditor General, year on year, you keep pointing out to the same audit issues from institutions
that question or series of questions, moderator, it is important first to put into context the role and responsibilities of the Constitutional Commissions, which have been articulated very well by His Excellency the President and the Honorable the Attorney General. And that is to protect the sovereignty of the people, to secure the observance of democratic values and principles by all state organs, and to promote constitutionalism. It would be remiss of us to go straight into the challenges. It is important first to give a report card to the citizens on what have we achieved, how have we worked well with government, what remains to be done, and how do we agree on the way forward collectively. And there are various achievements that have been made across the board. We have looked at our assessment against 7 key pillars under Article 10 of the Constitution on the national values and principles of governance. Very, very key in constitutionalism. One is anchoring constitutionalism and the rule of law, strengthening public finance and fiscal discipline, advancing democratic electoral and security sector governance, combating corruption and enforcing integrity, promoting equity, cohesion and land justice, and equitable access to essential public services. And these have been addressed by His Excellency the President. They've also been addressed as the roles and responsibilities of constitutional commissions and independent offices. And there are achievements that have been made in this country. And we must, of course, recognize that achievements have been made. 16 years down the line, we are not at the same place that we were 16 years in 2010 when Kenyans made the decision that we needed another roadmap in terms of constitutionalism. Now, to the questions you've asked, what affects us in terms of delivery? Despite the progress that we've made, despite the outcomes on citizens, because under those pillars, there are real felt outcomes on citizens. And citizens measure performance and productivity, because now we've moved from performance to productivity. They measure it on their own living, felt experiences, not on what they hear has happened in other areas or for other people or in other towns. They ask themselves, yes, we have had these statistics, we have had these issues being raised at national level. How has it translated into an outcome, into a result in my life? So we've seen issues when we raise audit reports in terms of improvements. We've seen changes in policies. We've seen amendments to laws. We've seen directives even from the National Treasury on accountability. And that is progress, because it means whereas previously funds may have been misused or misallocated, or there was outright theft, then the Constitution Commissions, based on their mandate, whether to audit, whether to control the budget, whether to go after the criminal elements who are, where there is corruption or who are stealing, or whether to adjudicate cases of mismanagement of public resources. We have seen results.
You have seen results. Nancy, my question to you is, when the person controlling the purse is a person you are required or have mandate over constitutionally, leave alone the allocation of monies by Parliament, there is the disbursement of funds which you keep citing in your reports is delayed. When this happens, how does it affect your independence?
Indeed, that is one of the key issues that constitutional commissions are facing, lack of adequate resourcing. But for the Auditor General, the Constitution says that Parliament has the responsibility to allocate adequate funds for all constitutional commissions and independent offices under Article 249. But that's not always the case. And of course, we are alive to the fact that we are still growing as an economy, that we cannot always get the resources that we need, that cash flow is affected by revenue collections, and this affects entities across the board.
All right.
But we must ask ourselves, which entities need to actually do the work on the ground so that they provide the advice on how we can grow have economic growth, economic empowerment, and ensure that cash flows are predictable and the targets are met.
Thank
That
you.
is the Constitution Commission's.
Bishop Oginde, and thank you, Nancy, because you're also speaking as the chairperson of the caucus of chairpersons of independent officers and holders of independent officers and constitution commissions. Bishop Oginde, the issue of corruption continues to frustrate many Kenyans. You give us reports every year that we've done so much. We have recovered this much asset. However, we are still talking about corruption. We are still seeing the Auditor General flag what are corrupt activities from various entities. What exactly needs to be done to finally, 16 years down the line, slay this dragon of corruption?
Thank you very much. The Constitution provides different various safeguards against the use of public resources. I think the greatest and most important thing we need to do as a nation, in line with the Constitution that we have given to ourselves, is for all of us to appreciate that the resources that have been allocated and given sacrificially by Kenyans need to be used for the purposes for which it has been allocated. That when any of us takes any of that and uses it for their own private gain, it affects in any public office, that office is held in trust for Kenyans. And the resources that come to us are not for us to use. Unless and until we have that change of mind, we will continue to talk about corruption, and I can say authoritatively, laws alone will not give us the results that we are looking for. Recognize that the money that I have is not for me to use for myself. It is for the public good. When that is done, then our work will be more of a monitor. You know, a few people who may be making noise in class, we will try and help them not to make that noise. But when that responsibility is not there, then we'll continue chasing each other around the compound.
We always talk about the ideal situation, Bishop Oginde. Today, it's 16 years after the 2010 Constitution. Let us be real.
Yes.
Let me ask you a very uncomfortable question.
Yes.
Which category of leaders do you find easy as EACC to investigate, and which category of leaders do you find very difficult to investigate?
I don't think there is any category that is easy or difficult, because corruption is a very personal thing. Now, to answer your question more directly, any person who is in office and is being investigated within the same office where they are leaders, it becomes very difficult, because those people can interfere with the evidence that we need. Those people can make sure that we don't get the documents that we need. That person can deal with any person who wants to be a witness to what has happened. So any person who is in office that we are at the same time investigating, it becomes very difficult. Whether they're at the lower level or at the highest level.
At that point, those persons holding office are seated here today.
Yes.
His Excellency the President, the Deputy President, Cabinet Secretaries, Governors are seated here today.
Right.
What would you tell them that we need, or they need to stop doing, so that it's easy for you? Very simple question. Speak to them directly.
I think I have already said. The first thing to each and every one of us sitting here, including those who are here on the platform, we must recognize that the resources in our hands are not ours to use for personal gain. That's where it starts. If each one of us were to do that, our work will be very easy.
All right.
Now, secondly, our constitutional commissions are not just EACC. Our constitutional commissions are mandated by the Constitution to do the work that they're supposed to do. We have seen situations where we are going to investigate or try to find out information from an individual, all of us seated in this room. And some of us, His Excellency has just said, we must honor and respect the Constitution. So if we are called upon to respond to any constitutional commission or independent office, let's take it that the Constitution is the one inviting you. It's not Oginde. It's not Gadungu. It's not, it is the Constitution in calling you. We have seen situations where we are defying the constitutional mandates that have been given to us, and that undermines our work.
That undermines your work. We'll be coming back to you because you will all agree with me that we have seen what I would call public relations from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Very grand arrests, media presence. Then after that, many people would ask, then what next? And those are the questions we'll be coming to you to answer. But let me get to the Commission on Administrative Justice. A report you released just 2 days ago says 72% of complaints against institutions from the year 2025 have not been addressed. If I get to the specific numbers, 630 complaints from 2025, then we talk about, rather 813 complaints, 228 only have been solved, and 579 are pending. What does this mean?
Thank you very much for that question. I think before I answer your question, perhaps what we need to do is to ask the people who we try to ask these questions, whether they really understand, one, what our mandates are.
We will change the mic for you.
Yes, as I was saying, whether the people that we really are supposed to, a simple question like that is that, do the people sitting in front of us here understand Article 73 of the Constitution, which talks about public trust? Here is it. I deal mainly with government officials, and there are certain things that are there in these constitutions called public values of public service. And this is captured in Article 232. Accountability, responsiveness, prompt and effective service provision to the people of Kenya. When we write to ask for this info, respond in time, and that explains why those complaints remain unresolved. So what have we done? I've been able to engage with various MDAs. This week, I've been meeting the principal secretaries and MDAs that we had identified has many complaints not being resolved. And we realized that part of the reason is that they don't have a way, so we chairperson, so that we explain to them why it is important when we ask the things that we ask, it means that there's a Kenyan somewhere needing the answers. Another thing is that there's the issue of government operating in silos. We all need to be able to respond to that question quickly, but you find that if you address, say, the pensions department, they will tell you, we have not gotten the information from TAC because maybe that's a delayed pension, or we have not gotten the information from Department X. Now, they don't have a referral mechanism where if you make an inquiry and somebody sitting there should be able to refer to the relevant at the top level. Very soon we are going to ask the permanent secretaries, the heads of various parastatals to come down so that we take them through what it means to resolve a complaint within the time that we require. Secondly, we also want to have a coordinating mechanism where if the question is cross-cutting for example, most of the time you'll get the issue of resources. Treasury should be at the center of all these discussions, because if pension has not been paid, these people will say we have not received exchequer. If National Land Commission has acquired land, they will tell you that the money has not been given to, say, Ministry of Roads to pay. And that person, that Kenyan, has come to us to complain that his land was acquired when we were building Thika Road. How many years was Thika Road built? More than 10 years ago. But you find that there is that problem that the ministry and the treasury and the authority are not speaking together.
Let's speak to what the issue actually is. Again, lots of ideal situation, but the reality today. 579 complaints brought to your office for the year 2025 have not been addressed. Your mandate surely cannot just end at communicating to the respective entities. What happens to these 579 cases today? We are almost starting September of 2026. By end of this year, more complaints will be coming to you. So actionable things done or that you can do beyond telling this crowd what the ideal situation ought to be.
Well, as I said, we have decided to engage the people concerned to tell them that this is what you need to do when you receive the when you receive, we need to cut down streets and be reporting.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move to another issue that still touches on you, an increase in requests for access to information. 2016, 2017, 32 requests. 2025, 2026, 654 requests. What does this speak to? What does it say of the institutions that are mandated to serve?
Well, the request for information is a new area which is growing, and we like it because it enhances public accountability. Unfortunately, people still, again, don't understand that when you request the information, you should not come to CAJ as the first point of call. You're supposed to send your request to that information, to the person holding the information. You're supposed to wait for 21 days. CAJ's jurisdiction kicks in after 21 days if you have not received the response. Now, when that happens, you now come to us and say, we requested this information and it's not been provided. And we will look at the information that you request. But first of all, not every information can be given. And so we'll look at it according to the law and see whether it falls under Section 6 of the Act, which are exempted. If it is information that should be given, then we will ask the institution why they're not giving that information, and that they should be able to provide that information.
All right.
Yes.
Clarice, where are we 16 years later in terms of human rights and the rule of law? Let's speak to human rights. Let's speak about the very basic right to life.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. Allow me to, first of all, just speak to one of the biggest achievements of the 2010 Constitution, and to say that the issue of human rights has been the biggest beneficiary of the 2010 Constitution. Why do I say that? I say that because the language, you'll find that the language that has now been adopted, if you look at issues governance, issues development, human rights has become part and parcel of the language that we are using in Kenya. You'll also find that issues human rights are no longer, just an issue for human rights lawyers and for human rights activists. It's an issue that cuts across. And I'll just take you as an example. If you listened carefully to the speech by His Excellency, I think 90% of it spoke to issues human rights. And that has been the transformation of the new constitution. If there's any language that Kenyans now understand fully, is the issue of human rights. Everything is viewed from the lens of human rights. So we must give it to the 2010 Constitution that it has transformed even the relationship between citizens and the state, where now the state is required to look at everything that they do from a human rights perspective. Now, on to your question about the issues around right to life. You'll find that that's one of the rights that has been protected by the 2010 Constitution and provides that everyone has the right to life. And the right to life is not just about health issues, but it's also about who has the right to take away a life. And that's one of the issues that I think we've been grappling with here in Kenya. And I think it was acknowledged in the previous speeches that has been given, that sometimes life has been taken extrajudicially when it was not, legally taken away. So it's one of the biggest challenges that the Kenya National Commission continues to record. And unfortunately, the complaints that the Commission receives on this particular right has to do with complaints against the government, taking away life, illegally. And that's one of the rights that is really protected by the Constitution, and that as a country, we must ensure that we deal with that particular right, because the right to life is really fundamental. That once a life, as was stated by the President, once it's taken away, it's taken. You cannot bring it back. And yet, as a country, as a government, we are working towards improving the lives of citizens.
It is true that the right to life is the most important, I must say. However, the question, and you have pointed out, that most of the times when KNCHR receives complaints about violation of this particular right, the blame falls squarely on the government. And we have seen actions by the government, for instance, on those people who were injured and those who died from previous protests. Compensation is currently ongoing. However, there is a question about not just compensation, but justice. If it touches on police officers, there is an officer who pulled the trigger. When families, when civil societies are following up on these issues, the investigative agencies, such as IPOA, would say there are no people here who have recorded statements and such responses as you've had. Then the question by many Kenyans becomes, beyond compensation, what is the KNCHR doing to ensure that we walk towards justice? Because the many killings that we've seen, a very negligible number is currently being prosecuted in court. Very many people are free out there. So what is the KNCHR doing?
Thank you very much. I think back to your question about accountability and issues around redress for human rights violations. It's important to note that compensation and reparations is just one facet of accountability and redress. And mainly, if you look at issues around reparations and compensation, they look at cases where the threshold for prosecution is quite low, and hence that direction of compensation and reparations. If you look at the cases that go to court, our courts require a very high threshold to prove a case. And you'll find that sometimes that's where our cases fail. You can only take a case to court that has evidence, that has witnesses, that meets a certain threshold. And that's where many of the cases fail.
And that calls for reflection. Let me take this conversation to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Today, I'll give you very live examples that many Kenyans perhaps expected during the promulgation of the Constitution are issues we would not be dealing with 16 years later. Some counties are having healthcare workers on strike. Why? Because of remuneration and because of related issues. These are issues that many Kenyans thought, with the establishment of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, which advises on remuneration for public officers and actually sets remuneration for state officers, you would see this happening. Where is the gap between the governments, be it the national government or the 47 county governments, in terms of implementing what you as SRC is recommending in terms of salaries, so that we do not see the very many industrial actions that we are seeing in the country?
Thank you for that question. First of all, I think I want to clarify that all levels and arms of government have been very, very cooperative with the SRC, at least during my time, in implementing the policy advisories that SRC have issued, both at national, county levels, judiciary, parliament, and the executive. So they have been compliant. The small gap you see that is still causing a bit of industrial issues is there are some policy and legislative gaps around remuneration, especially around collective bargaining. And we think, arising from the resolutions of the productivity conference that was concluded in June, we are accelerating those policy and legislative issues so that we close that gap. For example, let me give you an example. The way we negotiate CBS right now does not take into account the element of productivity. It assumes that the government always has all this money to pay people. But sometimes the fiscal space is tight. But we have already promised people that we are going to pay you like this, and like the industrial action that you are seeing now in the nurses, dates way back to 2017. You see? Once we tighten the policy and legislative framework around collective bargaining and generally how we compensate public officers and state officers, I think that will be a thing of the past, I assure you.
All right, let me take this to the Attorney General, Dorcas Oduor, before I do another round of questions. Then I'll come to you for very few questions, perhaps 4 of them maximum, from any of you, touching on constitutional commissions and independent offices. But, AG, let me talk to you about encroachment. Last year at a forum like this, when the then chairperson of the caucus of chairpersons of constitutional commissions and holders of independent offices spoke here, he mentioned of the various challenges they were undergoing. One was funding, which we've already addressed, and the second one was encroachment. This encroachment, most of the times, comes from the other arms of government, and particularly the executive. I will invite you to respectfully look at claims made in public just a couple of days ago about employment of teachers and it being done by political players, members of parliament. And these are allegations that came from a very high office, the office of the Speaker of the National Assembly. As Attorney General, where does this place constitutionalism in a government you advise?
As far as I am concerned, all people employed by government, state officers and public officers are bound by law. And when we talk about the rule of law, it means that when you are exercising your power, you must identify the source of that power. Have we ever asked ourselves that how come sometimes there is no problem at all, but when there is change of leadership of an institution or an agency, all of a sudden there is a problem? Is it the problem of the people who are leading those institutions? When they come to us for advice, we go back to the Constitution because our client is actually the government, not an individual. And we protect policies and the laws, and we advise. Just as you saw it in the paper, we also saw it. Nobody has come to us, has complained to us, or has come to us for interpretation. Kenya is a country that is over-legislated. The problem is, how are we implementing the laws? Where does policy and law meet the ground? And when it meets the ground, it meets individuals with perspectives and attitudes. And it is how they exercise that power that causes confusion. Otherwise, at the top level, we are very clear. Our mandates are very clear. And we are always being asked, how does your core mandate meet the ordinary life? And everybody has been given an opportunity and a space to exercise their core mandate. So when individuals have their perspective and they want to be a bottleneck, that is a different story. So we wait for them when they come officially, and then we advise.
All right, Nancy, as chair of this...
And let me tell you, you will wonder that at the Office of the Attorney General, we are registering almost 60 churches a month. 60.
Tell us about it.
You will also wonder that out of those churches, every time they have elections, they disagree. And elections in churches are more brutal, sometimes fatal. They are very violent, and they still come to us to advise. And these are the same people you meet in offices. Until now, we were asking ourselves if the Office of the Attorney General is now litigating between churches when it comes to elections. What about civic election where all these churches come together? Even among the Muslims now, they are fighting about offices and money. Some churches, not all of them. So this is to show the character of the people that we are leading. It is not only in civic elections. Thanks.
All right, Nancy, how bad is this issue of encroachment by whatever power to the roles that are under your caucus?
Thank you. I think we are all aware that there is encroachment, and there is a bit of discomfort in people letting go of functions and authorities they had previously under old constitutions that have now been put in the under the responsibility of different constitution commissions and independent offices, very critical for checks and balances. Now, the constitution commissions and independent offices have been given some critical roles and responsibilities and mandates by the constitution. However, because there is almost a similar or parallel structure within either the executive or the state, there is a bit of disagreements in who is responsible. And sometimes we have to end up in court under the judiciary to interpret, which should not be the case, because at the end of the day, we are serving the same citizens. But if the Constitution clearly indicates that the role and responsibility is for National Land Commission, is the control of budget, is ethics and anti-corruption, is the Human Rights Commission, then that should be respected. And then we can have under the coordination of His Excellency, the Deputy President, on how do we resolve this with mutual respect and with mutual understanding of what the Constitution set up. So that has been one of the issues that have been affecting delivery of services, delivery of development to the citizens. Again, there's a competition on who is accountable or who takes the credit. That now derails the focus that it's about a service that should be delivered to the citizen, and people are fighting over who is responsible and who takes the credit for delivering. So it is about interpreting the Constitution without personal initiatives or responsibilities, or trying to, we call it one-man upship.
Yes.
It's about us working together. And where there has been that mediation or meetings between constitution commissions and maybe State Department's leadership, under, if not the Deputy President, sometimes under His Excellency the President, then we have seen some change and some breakthrough in delivering to the citizens.
Tell us how glaring this, I'll list for you what I think are forms of encroachment, and tell me how glaring they are for the constitutional commissions and independent offices. There is the point where the executive would expressly tell a commission what decision to make, all right? Then there are other forms which I list as encroachment, either through appointments, political appointments, funding, legislation, administrative directives, public attacks. We've seen constitutional commissions at times being subjected to public attacks by those who have the platform. Delayed implementation of recommendations or institutional restructuring. All of you, or at least most of you, have had your recommendations on various issues and some delayed. So how glaring are the issues I've listed in terms of encroachment? Which would you say is the most serious bottleneck?
Thank you. I think as we progress 16 years down the line, it is not as bad as it used to be in 2011, 2012. There was still a bit of storming and norming. Again, we also have to understand that there's an electoral cycle. So when there's new leadership, they have commissions and independent offices responsible for.
All right.
Legislation, you did give me a
yes.
list. And I think for this would depend on Constitution Commission and independent offices, lived experiences and interactions with the state in terms of the arms of government, whether you are engaging with the executive, because of course, and the president didn't say that he has a mandate that he was given by the people to deliver on the visions of and the aspirations that gave him the leadership role. However, within that mandate, there's a constitution that guides and the laws of Kenya that guides on how that mandate should be delivered. And then you have the constitution commissions that are oversighting to ensure there are no excesses by the state in the delivery of that mandate. There is equality in delivery of that mandate. There is equity and there is inclusiveness, so to speak. So this depends on Constitution Commission by Constitution Commission and the relationship building, right, which now having a place where we can send our issues and hope, of course, they escalated and solved, has sort of brought down this kind of disagreements.
Right.
But they're still there.
Yes.
And sometimes we choose to handle them diplomatically.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Bishop Oginde, when we speak about EACC and its mandate, we seem to be having an over-focus on corruption. There is a software of the country which His Excellency the Deputy President invited us to speak to: integrity, ethics, which is a very fast E in EACC. We do not see you doing much about this. We've seen people act in conduct that brings disrepute to offices they hold, be it members of parliament, be it governors, be it public principal secretaries, various people. Yet the EACC is increasingly silent about such. Is this no longer your mandate?
Thank you very much. Ethics is one of our mandates, and we have a whole department, directorate that is dealing with matters of ethics. Under that mandate, we ensure the adherence to Chapter 6 of the Constitution. So there are several activities, programs that we undertake in that. One of them is education, to ensure that members of the public and various individuals are aware of what these concerns and our mandate concerns. So we are quite active in this, but the reason that the enforcement seems to get more publicity because many Kenyans view EACC's mandate primarily as enforcement. So they want to see arrests and so on. But we do issue advisories, we do issue cautions to various government entities or individuals who are acting outside of their of what is expected of them. And many times this sometimes does not get into the news. And so it may appear like this is an area that we are not quite engaged in. The other thing that we do in that particular area, we help various institutions in terms of helping them to adhere to the ethical practices within the institution themselves. We carry out systems reviews of different entities to find out if there are areas that are potentially liable to breaches of ethics or even corruption. This again would come out in our reports, but as you know, the media picks more on the other side of enforcement. So if you look at the work that we do, especially in the area of prevention, in the area of ethics, we are acting in helping particularly the younger people. We are focused now in helping the younger people in schools, in colleges, in various institutions to instill this issue of ethical conduct and behavior. Now, when it comes to leaders, there's, you talked about, I wouldn't call it encroachment, but sometimes there are overlapping mandates. Say, for example, a leader conducts themselves or says something that we consider that is unethical. There's NCIC that is supposed to deal with that situation, but on the other hand, EACC also has that mandate. So we work collaboratively to see where does this really fall, and we allow the relevant institution to pursue that. But we have several times invited individuals who we feel have breached the ethical codes, especially on Chapter 6, so that they could answer to the practices or the things that they have done. The other thing that we also are mandated under that is the whole issue of declaration of wealth and so on. And we pursue this if there is a breach again in that particular area. And if there are any declared or unexplained wealth, we go after them because we believe that this is a way in which they may have crossed the bar. And so these are things that do happen, but many times they don't come to the front, as I said, because of the people expecting us more to arrest people than to enforce ethical conduct.
But it surely must go beyond what media picks. It must be what really happens. Forget about what media picks.
Yes.
Because your mandate is not for the media. It is for the Republic of Kenya. But let me move to the SRC. And when I come back to all of you, because for closing comments, in the interest of time, you'll tell me about when your recommendations are not implemented. The EACC has previously written to the IEBC and given a list of shame of some sorts, but of people who the EACC thought ought not to be on the ballot.
Yes.
That was never followed. However, let me go to the SRC. You have spoken about the fiscal realities of the country and the always ever-rising demand by the various workers, especially employees of government, be it public officers, mostly public officers, to be fairly remunerated, at times not aligning with the fiscal realities the country is in. Then at that particular point, how do we make Kenyans appreciate that, look, this is the situation we are in, these are the fiscal realities that we are in currently, and not to dismiss the demands that you're having or the requests that you're having, but we have to strike a balance?
First of all, I wanted to clarify one thing. I don't know whether the mic is working. Wanted to clarify that, you know, that first question you asked me, Kenyans might think SRC just helps public sector employers to resolve strikes. We do more than that. Actually, under Article 230 of the Constitution, that gives us the mandate to do what we do. Perhaps it is useful, even before I tackle that question, just to tell the country that in the last, since SRC was established, we've been able to manage the balance between that tight fiscal space with what is released to do other things for the country, like development. We found that from 55%, where the payroll was taking 55% of all the revenue that is collected at national and county levels, we've managed to reduce it now to 40%. So we've released sure the citizen experience good service from productivity of public servants. We're also saying the people of Kenya will need to reciprocate by paying their taxes,
All right.
by paying more taxes. And therefore, when we have that conversation around productivity, not just controlling the wage bill, I think we will not only nail that threshold by the year 2028, I think we are anticipating that it will be achieved by June 2028. But the spin-off will be improved service delivery to the people of Kenya that might lead to more citizen satisfaction and trust of the people of Kenya in their government. Thank you.
Thank you. We really need to wind up and keep our thoughts short. I'll come to you, Clarice. And one thing that His Excellency the President has mentioned here, and has been mentioned by you and other officials previously, is the issue to do with the right to picket, assemble, demonstrate. Let me use one word: protests. However, we have seen in this country, whereas this particular provision has been put to use by Kenyans, there is also that gray area of criminality happening. And there is a conversation about regulating this particular right. When many Kenyans hear regulating, Your Excellency, they would say perhaps the state wants to curtail this particular right. We need a better understanding of what do you mean, so that we are sure we are simply separating criminals from Kenyans exercising their right. Speak of June 2024. Genuine Kenyans were in the streets. We saw Parliament being torched. That was not genuine Kenyans. Anyone who touched Parliament, as anyone would say, was a criminal. So how do you separate this? How do we not read malice from that motive of regularizing the right to picket?
Thank you very much for that question. The issue about, and that's Article 37 of the Constitution, that speaks to issues around demonstrations, picketing, and even petitions to various institutions to achieve results, especially in terms of realization of human rights. However, it's important to note that a lot of these protests have been infiltrated by criminals.
How do we cure this?
Regulations. Article 37 provides a very broad definition and the rights espoused under that particular article. But having seen how demonstrations are done in Kenya, it's very important that we go ahead and regulate and provide legislation to provide the parameters within which people can demonstrate. And Kenya will not be the first country to do this. It's done globally, where if you look at other jurisdictions, they provide parameters of where you can demonstrate, which buildings you can never, approach if you have demonstrations, the timings in terms of demonstrations, the period within which you can demonstrate. So it's very important, especially now that we know that many times our demonstrations turn violent. It's important to regulate so that on the side of the citizens, they understand that these are my responsibilities as far as my right to demonstrate is.
When you say that, when you say that there are places you shouldn't not approach, examples?
I think if you look at it globally, a place like Parliament, a place like the judiciary, a place like State House, if you look at international best practices, those are buildings that are considered of national security, and citizens are not allowed to protest around those areas. But this is a conversation that we can have as Kenya. We can agree on where should people demonstrate and which buildings are so important that we cannot allow demonstrators, especially where we are not very clear that a demonstration may turn violent. We need to define the parameters of where demonstrators need to be and where they should not be allowed to go to. But ideally, this is a right that should not be curtailed. So the whole essence of providing parameters is never to curtail this particular right, but to provide clear parameters of where citizens, but also the state organs
need to, converge in terms of implementation of this particular right.
I want to invite us to give closing thoughts, and I want us to reflect in these closing thoughts. Tell us, 16 years down the line, there must be a gap that still needs to be met from constitutional commissions and independent officers. What must be done to meet this gap? I look at the glass 3/4 full, 75%. However, 25% must be met. What is it that must be done? And if it's someone who's here who needs to be told you need to stop this for us to meet the 25%, let us do so openly, respectfully, and honestly. Let me start with the Commission on Administrative Justice.
Thank you very much. First of all, in terms of clawing back, I think we need to understand that nature hates a vacuum. So as a constitutional commissioner, you must occupy that space so that you don't allow anybody to come and take that space. That's the first starting point. The gap we are talking about here is in terms of funding. There can never be independence if we don't have enough money to do this. And if we are able to give a certain percentage of the revenue to the counties, I think it is important that we also give a certain percentage of that revenue to constitutional commissions. And we have CRA here who will now distribute that percentage to various constitutional commissions based on their mandate. As I wind up, and this is what I undertake to the public, CAJ under our watch is simple: give to the people of Kenya.
Right.
If there's anything that we need to investigate, we will investigate it. If there's something that we need to do to improve the lived experience for the people of Kenya, we will be able to do it firmly, fairly, and without fear. Again, we will also give you your rights of Article 47, which means we will hear you before we take any action. We will make sure that we use the diplomatic means that are provided for in our Act, like mediation, arbitration. But where you are obstinate and you're not doing what you need to do, then if it calls for summoning and fining, we will not be afraid to do so. Thank you.
All right, let's go to the SRC. Any gap that needs to be filled, what needs to be done for that gap to be filled, and if there is any party, be it here or watching us from home, that needs to act on something for these gaps to be filled, please name them, respectfully so.
I think we are all agreed, I think in my view, that there are actually two gaps. One is we need to exercise this issue of independence very responsibly. Because you cannot be independent there as CCIOs and the people you serve are on this side. I think we need to manage that better so that we provide better service to the country. That's my honest opinion. Without the country feeling that now your independence has been compromised. The second...
Do you want to cite any CCIO that you are describing this particular situation? We are being honest with each other.
In the interest of time, let me go to the second one. Which is for CCIOs to function effectively, I think we need to find a way of resourcing them better than we are doing at the moment.
All right. All right, Bishop Oginde.
Thank you very much. One is the enforcement of Chapter 6 issues. You did mention, for example, EACC gives this list to IEBC. It's not that IEBC ignores. Our constitutional framework provides that unless you have exhausted the whole judicial process, even if you have a case, you cannot be barred from seeking an elective office. That in itself undermines the very values that we talk about. In our neighboring country, Tanzania, it is exactly the opposite. If you have been convicted of any corruption case, you stand guilty as you appeal. In our case, you are still innocent even after you have conviction. So we need to look at, if we are serious about enforcing the values that are given to us under Chapter 6, how do we legislate that so that those people who violate this ethical conduct that is provided for us are actually kept out. In the same line, we find, for example, we are investigating an individual. Like I said, the most difficult people to investigate are people who are in office. And we recommend that this person should step aside as the investigations are going on. In many cases, they are reinstalled in the office, and it becomes very difficult to do any investigations, to get documents, to get people to witness, rather to testify according to what is required.
All right.
The other area is the pace of prosecution. The process from investigation all the way to conviction, if there is, can take a very long period of time. That is because of the many stages that this has to go through. It is important that we look at that whole process. There are areas that we could reduce the amount of time that is required, or the number of steps that one needs to go through before a prosecution takes place.
All right, at that particular point, allow me to interject, because it reminds me, and very briefly, of this incessant complaint that has been coming from the EACC about prosecution. In fact, you are on record asking members of parliament here to grant the EACC, and I think it also goes by extension to also the police, prosecutorial powers. You have done that, because we have seen blame being shifted from EACC to DPP and eventually to the judiciary. Now that today we are here with the political goodwill of the country, is this something that the EACC is still actively pursuing? And what are the possibilities of this happening?
Thank you very much. The Constitution provides that Parliament can provide legislation that gives prosecutorial powers to other entity other than the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. And so it is not something that we are asking outside of the law. But this would shorten that process, because, for example, the civic cases that we investigate, we take them directly to court. And we find that, like, for example, asset recovery, EACC right now is recognized globally as very successful in matters of asset recovery. In Africa, there are many nations that are coming to benchmark with us because of that. So it is a matter of efficiency that would help us to get these cases out of the way faster. But I hasten to add that in recent past, in fact, just a few weeks ago, we have had a very robust conversation with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, and we have come up with a framework through which we hope we can work together towards ensuring that things move faster. But ultimately, I believe that would be a very helpful move.
Asante sana. Clarice, less than 30 seconds, closing remarks, gap, and what needs to be done.
For me, three things. Number one, if you look at the current context in Kenya, we've over-focused on rights without looking at corresponding responsibilities. So for me, that's one message that I would want to pass. That Article 3.1 of the Constitution emphasizes that we have rights, but we also have responsibilities. And I think when we start recognizing that rights come with responsibilities, I think we may be able to achieve
get to at least 80% of implementation of the Constitution.
All right.
I think the second thing for me, and was alluded to by the Ombudsman, is about funding to constitutional commissions. Probably it's about time we thought about ring fencing funding to constitutional commissions, similar to what we have with other arms of government. Then lastly, just to mention that constitutional commissions are the bridge between the citizenry and the government and the state. And we should not be seen as enemies of either of the two. We must be seen as that bridge that brings the two together towards finding sustainable solutions to the issues that affect us as a country.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Nancy, the reason I've given you the last opportunity is because, one, you're the chair of the caucus for chairpersons of constitutional commissions and independent officers, but I also want you to turn the mirror inwards and tell us, what have these commissions done or failed to do that have led us to where we are today? It surely cannot be all external pressure. Internally, what needs to be done?
Thank you. And I'll respond to that in the context of the gaps. The thread of your questioning has been on what needs to be done, what is remaining, and this speaks directly to the citizens. It is important that we really do self-reflection because the Constitution established an accountability architecture that is designed as an ecosystem, that whether you are this arm of government, whether it's the executive, whether it's the judiciary, whether it's parliament, whether it's the two arms of government at county level, the county assemblies and the county executives, and the constitution commissions and independent offices, we all have a role to play in the accountability architecture. And we must look at 16 years down the line, because we are saying Katiba at 16, what remains to be done? Because there were expectations. What promises are pending? Real promises that speak to human lives and livelihoods in this country. What has been eroded and what has been outrightly denied of the citizens in terms of development or in terms of service delivery. And every player in that architecture has a role to play, because Kenya stands to lose if we don't close the gap or significantly ensure that the promises in the Constitution are met. And speaking to each one of them, the executive must implement accountability recommendations. I have had conversations that these constitution commissions only report. But the Constitution established the constitutional commissions as the key advisors and consultants to the other arms of government. So the reports that they do are the advisories that the other arms of government and other players in the ecosystem need to take note of and need to implement, so that the promises in the Constitution are delivered to the people and the gaps are closed systematically. It is a journey, but it's a journey that must be taken.
All right.
The executive must implement accountability recommendations, strengthen financial controls, accelerate digitization, and that is one thing we are all very, very proud of. Your Excellency, you took the bull by the horns. You said we digitize. Of course, we have to digitize by ensuring that there is also security of the systems and security of the data, and that the services are enhanced through the digitization.
Thank you.
And Parliament, every player has a role to play. Parliament must ensure that accountability findings attract consequences and sanctions. And here I am a proponent for personal responsibility. Some time back we had a conversation with the head of public service. And the question I asked is, the CS Treasury is the one who appoints the accounting officers. Accounting officers are PSs or CEOs of state corporations. But before they are appointed as accounting officer, they have been appointed by the presidency to play a role in delivering for the people of Kenya. So the ultimate responsibility, first and foremost, is on the authority that appointed them.
Right.
And hence we move to the zero fault audit. Everyone has a role. Judiciary must guarantee timely and predictable justice. County governments must strengthen budgeting and planning. Constitutional commissions must deepen and this is now the onus is on us. Collaboration, strengthen follow-up mechanisms, push accountability scorecards based on citizens' personal experiences. It's not about us. It's not about the three arms of government. It's how does the citizen on the ground perceive the services they're receiving and the trajectory of development in terms of their future livelihoods.
All right.
And of course, the citizens have
very
a role.
briefly, 10 seconds.
The citizens must continue to demand accountability and from all public institutions.
Thank you very much, Nancy Gathungu, Auditor General. Asante sana. Dorcas, 10 seconds maximum. We are living in a country where people like going to court. The government has this project. Person A has gone to court. The president wants to do affordable housing. Someone goes to court to stop it. And there is a lot of what the political players have termed as, even on the side of the judiciary, judicial activism. We have had that term, that particular term, and I wish we had representatives of the judiciary in this particular panel. However, that move by Kenyans to challenge literally everything, for whatever reason, as Attorney General, what are your thoughts about this?
I'm calling upon Kenyans that now we have outside there the law on public participation. The rule of law requires that we rule by the law, which includes the constitution, legislation, policies, regulations. Kenya is the only country where, through our representatives, Parliament and Senate, we pass a law, we do public participation. Then an individual goes to court to say that that law is unconstitutional. And sometimes they have their way. We have an opportunity now, the public participation bill is out. Tell us how you want to participate in constitutionalism, how you want to participate in decision making, how you want to participate in law making, so that once you have told us how you want to participate, and we adhere to that process of public participation, the issue of you not being included in public participation will not appear, and therefore judiciary will have to know that the laws that are made by the people.
Thank you.
So one of the gaps that we must bridge is the law on public participation. Please speak, let us have a law. Secondly, the law on picketing. It is also out for public participation. Immediately we finish with it, somebody will go to court, it will be found unconstitutional. Yet it is your representatives. Sometimes it is your MP who passed it, and it is the constituent again who goes to court to say that it is unconstitutional. Kenya is a beautiful country. We have beautiful leaders.
All right.
Let us just support our leaders and support ourselves. Each one of us must start leadership from our houses.
Asante sana. Let's appreciate all of them. Dorcas Oduor, the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. The Auditor General, Nancy Gathungu. From the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Bishop Dr. David Oginde. From the Commission on Administrative Justice, Charles Orinda Dulo. From the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Clarice Oganga. And from the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Mr. Sami Chepkwonyi. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this conversation. Let's appreciate them as you take your seats. Asanteni sana. Mike.
Another round of applause for the panel. Thank you very much for your submissions. We'd now like to progress to another panel. But before that, we'll have the Principal Secretary, State Department for Justice and Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Judith Pareno, to come and give some reflections. The session we're going for now is reflections on the people. Remember, the first one that we had, we were looking at accountability, but now in regards to the Constitution, we'll be looking at reflections of the people. So why don't we put our hands together as we welcome the Principal Secretary, State Department of Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Judith Pareno, to make some very brief submissions. Then we move to our second panel. We'll have one more panel, which will be the last one after this. Welcome.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, all protocols observed. This session is about reflection of the people of Kenya. Our people, the Kenyan people, in our ethnic, religious, and cultural diversity. I am greatly honored to join you this morning to commemorate the 16 years since the promulgation of the Constitution of 2010. The occasion is not merely a celebration of our constitutional journey. It is a moment to reflect on the milestone we have achieved, acknowledge the unfinished business of implementation, and renew our collective commitment to the Constitution and the people of Kenya. The theme, Kenya yetu wajibu wetu tuwajibike, is both timely and compelling. It reminds us that the Kenya belongs to all of us, that the responsibility of implementing and protecting the Constitution is shared, and that every person entrusted with public authority must be accountable. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, 16 years ago, Kenyans overwhelmingly endorsed a transformative constitutional vision founded on human dignity, democracy, the rule of law, human rights, equality, inclusion, equity, accountability, and good governance. Since its promulgation, Kenya has made significant strides in giving effect to this vision. Among the most notable milestones in the establishment of devolved governments, strengthening of the Bill of Rights, strengthening independence of the judiciary, strengthening electoral and political governance framework, established public participation, advanced gender equality, inclusion and affirmative action, improved access to legal aid, alternative dispute resolution, human rights, protection, and people-centered justice. These milestones demonstrate that the Constitution has not remained merely a legal document. It has progressively shaped our institution, governance systems, and relationship with the people. Distinguished guests, as you celebrate this milestone, allow me to express our sincere appreciation to the Excellency, the President, for finding it fit to restore and strengthen the Office of the Attorney General by introducing a new State Department, the State Department for Justice, Human Rights, and Constitutional Affairs. This is an important step to provide a stronger platform through which government can coordinate constitutional implementation, promote human rights, strengthen access to justice, advance government reforms, and uphold the rule of law. On behalf of His Excellency the President, we shall continue to discharge this mandate with fidelity, the Constitution, professionalism, accountability, and unwavering commitment to the public service. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the Constitution has translated into tangible benefits for Kenyans. Through the government is closer to the people, through devolution and improved local services. We have greater access to justice through legal aid and alternative dispute resolutions. We also have stronger protection of rights, including for children, women, persons with disability and victims, minority and marginalized, and the vulnerable people. We have greater citizen participation in governance and public decision, more accountability in the exercise of public power and use of public resources. We also have greater equality, inclusion, and dignity, the access to opportunities and public service. Ultimately, the Constitution must be felt in the daily lives of every Kenyan, in access to justice, quality public service, protection of rights, participation, and accountable governance. While we celebrate the progress made, we must also acknowledge that the constitutional implementation remains a continuing journey. For many Kenyans, the full promise of the Constitution is yet to be lived. Challenges remains. Our task, therefore, is to bridge the gap between constitutional promise and the lived realities. The true measure of constitutional implementation is not just in the number of laws enacted or institutions established. It is whether a victim can access justice, whether a child is protected, whether a person with disability can access public services, whether public resources are used responsibly, whether citizens can participate meaningfully in the decisions affecting them, and whether those entrusted with public power can be accountable. As we begin the next chapter of our constitutional journey, our focus must be deepening implementation. We must strengthen devolution, deepen public participation, improve access to justice, protect human rights, strengthen accountability and integrity, promote inclusion, and ensure that constitutional institutions have the capacity and independence required to discharge their mandates. We must also ensure that emerging challenges, including digital governance, artificial intelligence, data protection, and digital rights, are addressed within the framework of our constitutional values. Above all, we must cultivate a culture where the Constitution is lived, respected, and implemented in practice. In conclusion, I conclude by saying that the responsibility therefore belongs to all of us. To you, our young people, your voice matters and your participation matters. To our public officers, public office is a trust. To our leaders, leadership is service, not a privilege. To our institutions, exercise your mandate with independence, integrity, and accountability. To our citizens, know your constitution, ensure your rights, exercise your rights responsibly, and demand accountability. To our citizens, know your constitution. To all of us as Kenyans, let us defend the constitutional order that generations before us struggled to establish. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, 16 years ago, Kenya made a historic promise to itself, a promise of democracy, a promise of human rights, a promise of equality, a promise of justice, a promise of accountable government, a promise that sovereignty belongs to the people. 16 years later, we have traveled a considerable journey. We have built institutions, we have enacted laws, we have devolved powers, we have expanded rights, we have strengthened access to justice, we have deepened democratic participation. But the journey is not complete. The Constitution must remain a living national project, one that requires every generation to protect it, implement it, and improves its realization. As we commemorate Katiba Day, let us therefore renew our collective commitment to Constitution. Let us make constitutionalism the culture of our institutions. Let us make accountability the standards of public service. Let us make justice accessible to every Kenyan. Let us make human rights real in the every lives of our people. And let us remember that the Kenya we desire cannot be built by government alone, by parliament alone, by the judiciary alone, or by the constitutional commissions alone. It must be built by us. Kenya yetu ni wajibu wetu, tuwajibike. May God bless our constitution, may God bless the people of Kenya, and may God bless our great Republic of Kenya. Happy 16th Katiba Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam PS. Another round of applause for her, please. The next panel we have, Your Excellency, is on reflections of the people. Allow me to now invite the panelists, and we'll start with the Right Reverend Jonathan Kabiro Kariuki, the third Bishop of the ACK Diocese of Nairobi. We also have Professor Githu Muigai, Honorable Abdikadir Mohammed, and Honorable Mutava Musimi, and Christine Kongo, CEO FIDA, to kindly take their seats where they are going to be the panelists reflecting on the people. Let me also invite Ibrahim Karanja, who is going to be moderating this segment. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali wakija as they come to make their submissions and to also reflect. Karibuni.
Thank you very much. This is going to be a very short session. Short but very deep. Short but very deep. Ladies and gentlemen, through your hands, the 2010 Constitution was bequeathed upon us as a country. Today, I want us to reflect, and this one question will go to all of us. Have we met what we intended to with the 2010 Constitution? I'm asking this because literally, you're part of the midwives of the 2010 Constitution. What are the successes and how much have we met the target? I will start with Mutava Musimi.
Thank you very much, Bwana Moderator, Your Excellency, and all of us. Have we met our goals? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, sure.
And you're asking me. As an observer, I think what I can say is we've come a long way. We are the better for it, for having a new constitution. I cannot imagine where we would be without a new constitution today. But we could do better. Okay. Number one, the poverty levels are worrying. The poverty levels are worrying. Number two, I am not sure, and I speak as former chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, I asked the question, can we afford the government we gave ourselves? If you look at the public wage bill and all the public institutions we have to fund, can we honestly afford the government we give ourselves? Number three, when we were in Ufungamano and trying to make our modest contribution, we were very clear that devolution needed to be given more time than other areas that we were, other areas in which we wanted to see change. In fact, we recommended that once the new constitution is promulgated, the president appoints a devolution commission, gives them 3 years to deal with the issue of the size of the unit, their mandate, their character, viability. I was in Parliament when this constitution was when it was being promulgated. And I remember Abdikadir, who is here with us, who was our chair, took us to Kabete School of Government to deal with the issue of the number of units we needed. I think we had a day or two at the very best, and we knew it was just musical chairs. It was not really a serious meeting because the decisions had been made. Today I asked the question, listening to Professor Anyang' Nyong and his team and Professor Hino, a lot of the issues that are coming up are actually issues that should be addressed by the county government. And that is why we recommended from Ufungamano, and we said every 25 years, we should look again at this, the sizes of these units, to do a review and see whether perhaps we need to adjust these boundaries. I'm being a bit provocative. As I finish, the issue of law enforcement, to try and create a culture of good, of decency, I think we are asking too much of law enforcement. I remember when President Kibaki asked me to chair a committee on the anti-corruption sort of education committee. I can't remember what it was called. But I tried to listen to him very carefully, and I noticed that he had faith in the need for law enforcement, but he was very keen that there is education. Of course, he was a teacher in his own right. And he understood if Kenyans can be helped to see that corruption is costly, then we might begin to move the dial on that issue.
All right.
And as I close,
all of us here are mature people. There are things that families do that law enforcement does not do. There are things that religion does that law enforcement does not do. There are things that managers of education do that law enforcement does not do. There are things that media does that law enforcement does not do. The instruments of socialization, right, the place of culture, tradition, there are things they do. And I wish that we need to do a reset and begin to go back and ask, perhaps we are not giving enough emphasis to these other institutions. I thank you.
All right, Prof.
I don't know. Oh, yes, I can be heard. Your Excellency, all protocols observed. I am one of those people who are very proud of this Constitution. First, because we almost never had it. Although we had been working it for a very long time, at the end, we almost never had it. We had it because we went through the Kofi Annan peace process. And that helped us, many of us in this room, to reflect on what we had taken for granted in this country, which is that there would always be peace and there would always be stability. I look back at what we've gained. Let me start with the judiciary, where I spent a part of my life. I think there we have made concrete and serious progress. When I interact with jurists from across our continent, they look up to Kenya for the seriousness of the jurisprudence that is emerging here. We have small problems. We have some rotten apples. And I think if we do not act fast, that problem can grow bigger, but it is not an unsustainable problem. I look at Parliament, and one of the most enjoyable parts of my career were the 2 years I spent in Parliament. There are still ideas there. There are still people debating seriously, honestly. There are laws being reviewed by people who have a genuine interest in what is going on. I look at the executive, I look at the minds that are serving in the various, and I think we shouldn't be too harsh on ourselves. We've made critical progress. I like to single out, for example, the team that runs our treasury. As a layman, I look at it from outside. Very close to defaulting on our foreign debt. And the team is able to pull us out in good time. So we have a capacity issue that this Constitution has helped to bring that we should be proud of. I want to remind you, as a historian of that old one and the new one, by this time, by the 17th anniversary of the old one, we had amended it 17 times. So this is a more stable constitution in many ways. And I do hope, every so often I hear people open up a healthy discussion. Should we extend the presidential term limit to, or should we remove the term limit? Should we reduce the counties? Should we decrease the number of seats in parliament? And the debate goes on, and it is a healthy debate. But the form of mechanism we put for amendment means that we are unable to amend this Constitution in the foreseeable future. I think that's a problem. Right. I think that is a real problem, because all of us recognize that some things are not working. BBI, we were not all united on it, but BBI was an expression of anxiety as to what all of us recognize was wrong, but we didn't have the political traction to move it forward. So to my own mind, as one man who made a very small contribution to this process, I think I can look my grandchildren in the eye and say, I'm proud of my work.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to my old teacher and my padre. Your Excellency, thank you very much for holding this a second time. The last year is when you held it for the first time, and you promulgated it should be held annually. Thank you so much. Baba is not with us, but he requested you to hold it from the morning, not just afternoon. I think you have accepted also that request. Asante sana. If I am a private citizen now, I can comment without any issues. If you look around, Mzee Moi used to say we were an island of peace. But if you look around constitutionally, last week or this week, a very senior officer in one of the neighboring countries resigned because, actually a vice president, because he asked for constitutional reforms and his president was not too happy. I don't think Professor will resign for making any comments in this country. Another neighboring country is in the midst of a constitutional crisis right now. The term for the government is over. They don't know what to do. They're struggling. In another one, they're trying to move from a federal to a unitary and a presidential. To the West, if you say so-so must go, they'll ask you go where? They have been there for 50 years almost right now. The first set of rights the first set of rights are called first generation rights, political rights. In this country, we have no issue with political rights. We have a lot of political rights. That is something we have banked. We are moving to second generation rights, which the president was talking about earlier, which is economic and socio-economic rights essentially. The rights to health, the rights to housing, the rights that make, the first rights are about keeping the government away, keeping the state away. The second rights are asking the state to do what it's supposed to do. That's where we are. The fact that we have moved from the first to the second, those of us who are alive when Mzee Moi was there, or when these other rights were not there, it was a completely different environment. And so things that many people take for granted right now, it took a lot of effort. If you listened, and I agree with the chair of the Human Rights Commission, if you listen to the president's speech today, I don't think Mwalimu can imagine Mzee Kenyatta one giving that speech, or Mzee Moi giving that speech, or many, many places that speech being given by a head of state. The language of that speech is the language of human rights. That is not possible in many, many places. And those are things we should not take for granted. And as we move to the second generation rights, I think we should be very proud as a country of what we have achieved and where we're heading to. In terms of the challenges, we have very many challenges. The Constitution has accountability devices that were put there to hold high state officials accountable. Impeachment was one of them. We did the impeachment of a deputy president, and we had a lot of problems with the judiciary because the judiciary failed to understand that that's not their role. That's a political accountability function where the judiciary has no role, in my opinion. And they injected themselves into that process and messed things, if you ask me. The second is recall of MPs. Recall of MPs. MPs, the public has a right to call the MPs. Not one MP has been recalled because Parliament made it so difficult for members of Parliament to be recalled that it's not happened in 16 years.
Sure.
It's highly unlikely to happen with the setup that act has given. In terms of the JSC, I don't think the JSC has worked because our judiciary is supposed to be accountable. The executive can't hold it accountable. Parliament can't hold it accountable. There's a mechanism that was set to allow the JSC to hold it accountable. The JSC has abdicated that role. And the JSC needs to come back to that function because they have made it very easy for a judicial officer to say, we're putting an injunction, you're not going to do your work. That really is not how the Katiba is supposed to work.
Right.
And in terms of vetting, I said, we hold vetting every time there's a new state officer, but rarely do we see that vetting being useful. So there are quite a number of challenges, but I'm very proud of where we are, and I'm very proud on the second generation journey that the president has put us on, and I think it's not a finished project. It is a project we should be proud of. When we were doing this Katiba, the last bit, we were coming from a very difficult place as a country. And just delivering it as a national project alone was very important. And the difficulty with which all the surrounding countries are finding delivering a constitutional foundation like we did should really tell us that we should be very proud as a country.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Abdikadir. Reverend Kabiru.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and all protocols observed. We must appreciate that indeed, as a country, we have come a long way. The 16 years from where I sit as a church leader, of course, we must appreciate the effect of devolution within our country and how that has really changed the local appearance within our counties. The public participation is a great thing that must be celebrated and basically strengthened. How do you ensure that the public feel each one of them is part and parcel of the progress, and basically the decisions that are made at whatever level, that becomes critical. Now, when we come to the establishment of the commissions that are actually established by the Constitution 2010, again, we see there is a lot of connection where the public are able to connect depending with the needs that probably are coming up. But I must say that it is very clear the commissions that are very well known by Kenyans at this particular time are the ones that actually carries, especially the political agenda. They are the ones that are actually very well known. They are those that many Kenyans will not actually associate with. And I think it is important then for us to ask ourselves, this being work in progress, because the Constitution is basically work in progress. There is a lot that continues to be done. There are commissions that continues to be formed as to help in terms of implementation. We also need then to go further and say the much the Constitution is work in progress, the civic education about that Constitution also need to be a continuous work so that the Kenyans can be able to build that trust. They can also be able to relate. We are talking of 16 years, so a person who was born can now be able to relate with that actual Constitution at 16 years. So that becomes critical, basically for us even going forward to think how do we move towards that direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Christine.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, all protocol observed. I must say, I want to say thank you for giving civil society a space in this conversation today, and particularly Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA. Speaking as an advocate, I want to say this Constitution, for me, I can describe it in 3 ways. It's progressive, it's transformative, and it's pro-people. The women and girls in Kenya, I must say we've achieved notable milestones under the last 16 years in the Constitution, under 3 areas which I want to just discuss very briefly. One under leadership, the second one under social rights, and the third one under legal protection. Under legal protection, I want to say there have been very many statutes that have been developed and eventually have been passed by Parliament under the Article 27 of the Constitution. One of them is the prohibition of female genital mutilation act.
Christine, allow us to check your mic, please. Thank you. Still not functional.
The point I was trying to make was the issue of legal. I was trying to bring out the number of statutes that have been passed in the last 16 years in terms of women and girls in Kenya. And there have been many. The Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act, the Matrimonial Property Act, the Marriage Act, the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act. Those are achieved notable milestones in terms of legal protection for women and girls. However, there have been various challenges in terms of legal protection. One of them, Your Excellency, is the issue of femicide. No woman or girl in this country feels safe anymore. The femicide has increased to an issue where we are calling upon you, Your Excellency, to declare this a national crisis. We have seen there was the presidential task force that addressed it. A report was presented to you. We haven't seen any implementation being done, so we're kind of requesting if implementation can be done. In terms of celebrating Katiba 16, we know that there have been the issue of two-thirds gender rule, whereby we are saying that the lack of implementation of the not more than two-thirds gender rule in elective and appointive bodies has not yet been implemented, despite Article 27.8 being very clear on it. Because I may not get any more time, I want to just give my suggestions on way forward in terms of what perhaps we feel as advocates ought to be done. We feel that IBC needs to come out strong and empower itself in terms of strict enforcement during party nominations. We are 1 year to elections. IBC is empowered and directed by the courts to reject any political party that has not complied with the two-thirds gender rule. This alone will send a very loud message to political parties who are also here. We also want to say that political party funding needs to be restructured, and the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties also needs to make sure that these political parties also are very deliberate on the two-thirds gender rule and can constrict the funding, because this has to happen. So I want to say, in terms of Katiba 16, a lot has been done, but there's a lot of unfinished business and gaps. We want to say that there has been a lot of resource constraints addressing issues of gender-based violence, and then inadequate funding towards this thematic area. That also needs to be looked into thoroughly. We want to say that in terms of the three arms of government that are here, I'm very happy the judiciary is the only arm of government that has complied with the two-thirds gender rule in terms of the issues. And I'm very happy that Chief Justice herself has been very deliberate in terms of appointing magistrates and judges. So I want to ask the other two arms of government, kindly do your part.
Right.
Thank you very much.
All right, Christine, and you have preempted the direction I was to head next, which are recommendations from the panelists. So thank you very much for doing your part. But what Christine has given as part of the things that need to be done, let's honestly look at, without putting aside our political affiliations, look at this document that is guiding us and honestly tell each other this part needs to be either corrected through an amendment or whichever other way. For instance, Christine has spoken about the two-thirds gender rule. The practicability of it, especially in elective positions, is something that may need to be discussed. But let me start with you, Reverend Kabiru. What part of this constitution, if you were given a chance to relook at, would you relook at?
Well, I think looking at the constitution as it were, as I mentioned, it is a work in progress. And I think we must see it as such, that there is what must be done to further the work that was done. But further to that, what we have at the moment, when we look at the implementation, when we talk about the respect for the Constitution, then that carries the whole weight. The respect of it as it is, whether good or how good it is, whatever percentage, the taking it and implementing it as it were, that becomes critical for the entire country, and each one of us with the responsibility, whichever that actually we take. When we look at the issue to do with the Bill of Rights, that actually His Excellency the President talked about, the effort towards that, I think these are the areas that we must look at. How do we ensure that there is the basic, that at this level, this must actually be taken at a very high level at the end of the day.
All right.
The issue to do with the ethics, the leadership and all that, I think this needs even further strengthening and ensuring that at the end of the day, what the Constitution has actually provided, it is actually followed all the way through to the very end. Remember, this is where we have the national values. And the Constitution must be embraced by the entire country.
Right.
So that it is not about looking at the leadership, looking at the parliament, looking at the executive as the implementers.
All right.
It is our value, all of us across the country.
Thank you.
So in that, we need to employ and ensure that we follow towards that direction.
Abdikadir, what part of this constitution, 16 years later, do you genuinely feel needs to be relooked at so that we better achieve the objective we had at the start?
Thank you. So other than be relooked at, it's one of the, I think the least successful chapter of the Constitution is chapter 6. That is on graft, on ethics. And I'm really worried whether it's possible to legislate good behavior, as Reverend Mutava said. I think that really requires cultural shift. I don't think, let me not say I don't think, but I'm not too sure I'm as confident as I used to be that writing a very good legislative prescription for that would help. I think we really need to have a cultural shift. So, for example, we are going to elections in less than a year. If you are a Kenyan and you elect a thief, and you expect that thief not to steal your resources, you are not a very serious Kenyan. And I'm just giving that example. But genuinely speaking, if you elect an MCA, if you elect an MP, if you elect people into office who are incompetent, who are lazy, who are guilty of a lot of stuff, genuinely speaking, I mean, you don't expect better service. So that's really one issue I have grappled with. The other is, so for example, the gender issue, I just want to say, the gender issue is only in the National Assembly. The gender quota issue is only in the National Assembly. In the county assemblies, we resolved it by constitution. In the Senate, we did. In the National Assembly, we already had a National Assembly that was made up of geographical seats. So you could not legislate and say the Goreti South will elect only a woman, or Wajir South will elect only a woman. That is the problem we are grappling with. How do you ensure that these already vested geographical seats would elect enough women to ensure, because the gender that suffers is the female gender, enough women to hit that quota. And that's why we introduced the county women representative tool to up those numbers. And then hopefully get, and those incentives, by the way, don't work across the world. If you look at many parliaments, rarely, other than Rwanda that is by fiat, many parliaments don't hit 20% of female gender. At least ours, I think the National Assembly hovers around there. The Senate and the county assemblies have no such problem because you must, by law, nominate the extras. So I would really push for, our biggest problem is graft. I would really push for cultural change. I would push for education on that side.
All right. Just to, on a lighter note, it is the female gender that is currently suffering, but from how things are going, perhaps men will also suffer. So that
difficulty in amending this constitution is a problem, because indeed it's very difficult. You've reminded us during BBI and what those of us who are not lawyers had then, a basic structure doctrine, and how some other parts of the constitution are, so to speak, untouchable. So if you are given an opportunity to relook at this document 16 years later, so that to better meet the objectives we heard by the time we were passing this document, what would you go for?
Well, first, I think that we need a national consensus, and I think that debate has already started. The president kicked it off the other day, not only about where do we go as an economy, but where do we go as a society. And I think that therein we will be able to return to this question. Is this document still serving us correctly? And I think the answer is no. It has its own internal inconsistencies that does not allow our full energies to flow. For example, I personally, as a student of the Constitution, I studied the old one and I'm now studying this new one. We work best as a country, believe it or not, whether you call it nusumkate or you call it handshake. It is the model that works in our constitutional formation. And we need to confront that reality and write it into the Constitution, which is exactly what we did in Bomas. Then the politicians came in, including my own distinguished student here, and removed it. The Bomas Constitution was a power-sharing constitution. It had a prime minister, it had deputy prime ministers, and it had other perks to keep the nation together. We need to recheck that model. There is nothing wrong with it. Number two, we need to look at the house. The house is too large. The house is too large. I don't know how my friend John Bundy is ever able to pay those wages. The house is too large. We need to look at it. We need to rethink something else. Again, we had thought through it very well in Bomas. Then the politicians interfered with it. The Senate is the upper chamber, providing elderly supervision over the National Assembly. That's how we wanted it. That's how we structured it. The politicians removed that, and now the Senate literally spends all its time looking for work to do. And the people who have suffered are the governors as a result. I think we need to look at that. And finally, on this women question, I have agonized on it myself over and over and over. Duale and I did a bill that almost got us over the finishing line. Then we lost it. I think we should revisit it. I think when we talk in absolute numbers, we lose the meaning. The meaning is that we don't want equality, because equality is another business. We want equity. And we need ways of reaching equity. And there are many tools in the toolbox that we can have. Finally, I would say that we need to keep this conversation civil, because it's a very important conversation. And when we are having it like we are having it today, it is very useful. When it is hijacked by radical elements on both sides of the divide, then we lose it. We lose the conversation. The name calling begins, and so on, and that's not good for our country.
Thank you very much, Prof. And finally, the Honorable Mutava Musimi, please speak it from where Prof has left, that we need to have a very sober conversation. We live in a country where everything is politicized. A very noble recommendation will come on amending the Constitution, for instance. Then political players will take the extremes. One side in support, the other side not in support. Not looking at the value that this particular proposal would bring to the country. So how, again, even as you tell us what needs to be relooked at, how do we navigate it and shield it from political interference in case we ever get to have that conversation as a country? So that as a country we can soberly say, look, this needs to be done, it's good for all of us, and political posturing should not be allowed.
First of all, I want to thank the President. I think you're a very brave man. And you're also very humble. It takes both to bring us here today. Courage and humility. And I say that because I followed the conversations. And there was a lot of kite flying. We were all over the place. And I think that's how you wanted it. Now we are where we should be. We are finally dealing with the Constitution, the mother law. Many, many congratulations, Your Excellency. Now, you ask what are the areas that need to be changed? Justice Chesoni made a remark before he left us many years ago that I've never forgotten. He said, I did the best with what I had. That was Justice Chesoni. If we want to do our work as public servants, there is a lot of latitude to do good for the Kenyan people. With this Constitution as it is, I remember when I became chairman of the Budget Committee, I was in the first lot with the new Constitution. It was very clear that the responsibilities of that committee are heavy. And we looked at the budget policy statement soon after you and your former boss came into power. And the numbers were not adding up. The public debt was crazy. Public wage bill was even worse, and so on and so forth. So I asked my committee, why don't we do a socio-economic audit of the implementation of this constitution for the last 4 or 5 years? Now, I know that Parliament is independent, but I still felt it is important for the executive to know. So we went to Nanyuki, and we met President Uhuru Kenyatta and Dr. William Ruto, his deputy then. And we went through all the terms of the reference of the socio-economic audit that we wanted. And basically, the work was taken over. We gave the work. We made a resolution in the National Assembly. It was bipartisan. We worked with Honorable Duale and the late Jacob Midiwo. And we got the numbers on the floor of the House. The only audit I know from the Office of the Auditor General on the implementation of the Constitution is one done by the former AG, Dr. Edward Ouko. And we made sure, once it was out, after 3-4 years or so, we gave copies to the leaders. I gave it to Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, myself. I gave it to Prime Secretary, Cabinet Secretary Isia, myself, and so that it can begin to get attention from people who matter. What point do I want to make? I don't think myself that Parliament is doing enough to oversight the executive. It can do a lot more. I do not think the county assemblies are doing enough to oversight the governors. I leave it at that.
Right.
Come now to the things that I think need changing. You can tell I have issues with the units that we have in the devolved government and how they were created. It was a bit rushed in my view. Your Excellency, I've seen you struggle with the same problem that your predecessor struggled with respect to Nairobi City. I want to get it right, I saw it here. Nairobi City County Government. Sasa umeingilia kidogo kusaidia rafiki yetu Sakaja. Your predecessor aliingilia kusaidia Sonko. You know, as observers we are saying, he barabara tulijenga. Now today we want bumps, maybe we need to redesign, maybe we need your carriageway. There may be a problem with the design of this road. Nairobi, and I would add Mombasa, probably need to be looked at differently from other counties. With respect to the other county governments, I think I've said enough.
All right. 30 seconds, sir.
What were you asking me? What was that other question?
How do we shield? Because you've identified what needs to be done. How do we shield it from political posturing?
Shield what?
Shield, in case we decide to have a conversation about relooking at the Constitution, we are likely to see political players take both extremes for political reasons, not looking at the bigger picture of whatever recommendations would come or would need to be done. So how do we shield this process?
You know, I'm so glad I went into politics for 10 years. I'm glad to be out. But there are things I came to know about the Kenyan I didn't know. You don't know these things from the pulpit and from the church. Kenya is an amazing country. We go out there in the hustings, as the English call them. We do our politics. It's noisy, it's crazy. Then we are called here and we kind of reset. And it is a genuine reset here. Now, by the time we leave here, we are not quite who we are before we came. Right. That ability for us to talk things out there and to still meet with our leaders here is what makes this Kenya unique. May God bless our country.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Let us appreciate our panelists this afternoon. The Right Reverend Jonathan Kabiru Karaoke, Professor Yedhu Muigai, the Honorable Abdikadir Mohammed, the Honorable Mutava Musimi, and last but not least, Christine Kungu. Thank you very much for joining us and making this conversation a success. Asanteni sana. At this point, Your Excellency, I will return it to Mike Gitonga. It has been an honor to help you in going through this program. Asante sana.
All right, thank you very much to our panelists and also to our moderator, Ibrahim Karanja, and we are moving on swiftly. We have one more panel, which is going to be looking and reflecting on the state of the Republic. But as we change also just a few things on the setup here, I'd want us to watch a montage that gives us an overview of where we have come from, and it is titled, My Land is Kenya. Let's have the montage, please. Ambiwa na mtu, we are going in the wrong direction. Your Excellency, we are headed in the right direction. Another round of applause, please. And that particular song, that version has been done by the Moipei sisters. I know some of us may be aware. They are triplets who are unique and have put Kenya on the map of singing. Your Excellency, sir, with your permission, allow me to now invite Professor Makau Mutua, who is going to give a brief reflection of the session and the panel that we are finally going to have as our last panel. And this is the State of the Republic. A round of applause for Professor as he comes to give some very brief reflections on the State of the Republic before we get to our final panel discussion. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, all protocols observed. I just want to say, first of all, that this has been a very illuminating conversation. It's a reflection and also a celebration of our Constitution. But the discussion has also been very somber and very solemn. And it is on the second limb of that statement that I want to say that last year, Your Excellency, you fulcrumed this event with your partner, the late Honorable Raila Odinga. And of course, Mr. Odinga is not here today because he left us. But I want to say that before Mr. Odinga left us, Your Excellency, you and he worked extremely hard to restore sanity to our republic at a time when it was wobbling from both centripetal and centrifugal forces. But I just want to say, Your Excellency, today we can hold our heads high and celebrate that we have crossed that very difficult chapter, that river of turbulence. Mr. President, I just want to say that we cannot microwave the idea of a constitutional culture. It is not possible. Building a lasting and a rotund constitution is a very difficult process. We are here now in 16 years, because before then, Kenya was not a democracy. Kenya was not a democracy. Our democratic journey, in reality, started in 2010. And so today, we gather here on this historic day to perform one of the most important rituals of an open society. And that ritual is the reconsecration of the temple of democracy. But it is not simply a ritual, Your Excellency. It's a remembrance that is replete with not only a virtuous symbolism about what it means to be free men and free women. It's a call to the fidelity of the norms, the processes, and the institutions that require the Kenyan state to give the most happiness to the largest majority of its people. But we meet here today not to express naive optimism about human nature. We do so knowing that freedom and liberty are not possible where large demographics of the people who are necessitous and live in a penurious existence are not free. No. The basic command of the Republican state, the condition sine qua non of democracy, is to protect people and their property, and to lay the foundation for economic prosperity and social and cultural renaissance. Your Excellency, next year, we are going to perform another ritual of democracy, where every single eligible citizen will cast a ballot of conscience to elect those who will lead this great country. And let me remind Kenyans, especially the naysayers, that political competition among elites to determine who will govern Kenyans must never be a life and death or an existential contest. It must never. And I want to warn those who beat the drums of war because of an election that, and I think this may be true, perhaps there are these students in their history classes, but I want to note that to be given an opportunity to lead a nation as great as Kenya is a solemn and sacred obligation. And citizens, for it is they who hold the highest office in the land, must be allowed, as our Constitution demands, to cast their ballots next August, next year, without calumny, without intimidation, and without mayhem. 16 years into our democratic experiment, we must return a verdict of maturity as a society next year. I have said before that democracy is an experiment in living together through thick and thin. It is like most marriages. And you know most marriages are imperfect. And in fact, very imperfect. But this is the only marriage possible in a political society. The experiment of democracy, of living together, no matter how diverse and different we are. But unfortunately, unlike in a real marriage, divorce is almost never allowed, if at all. If you look at countries that have been decoupled from one another in history, numbers are very few. The tendency is for the state to remain together. And so Kenyans must understand that we are bound together in this land, and as the Reverend Mutava Mushimi would say, until death do us part. But finally, I want to beseech all of us to internalize what we are doing here with all the three arms of the state, and that we must never take this civil conversation for granted. We must never. And we must lower the political temperatures. Let me finish by lauding the presidency, the President, His Excellency the President, because, Mr. President, you took an economy that, as we all know, was in free fall, an economy that was expected to default, and a society that was at each other's throats. And you not only stabilized the economy, you sewed together the fibers of our republic. Today, if you travel as much as I do, both in Africa and outside Africa, you know that the star of Kenya is shining brightly again internationally. The work that the President has done is evident for all to see. And let those who have eyes see, and those who have ears hear. Your Excellency, you took the call of the people, and you have delivered. Our country and our democracy today are stronger and better than they were 4 years ago. I want to say, Your Excellency, that this ritual of Katiba Day, and may it continue in perpetuity, perhaps in different iterations. It's a ritual that must always be there. It is a ritual that reminds us that democracy is a project. It is not a destination. It's a ritual that tells us that ahead we have work to do, a lot of work to do. You heard in a previous panel, which had some of the founding Kenyans of the 2010 Constitution there. You heard them talk about some of the deficits that we must face and that we must resolve. But let me say that the work of building democracy is not easy. It is not easy. And it is not to excuse our deficits in this area. But I want to remind you, look around the globe, in our neighborhood. Look to North America and look to Europe. And you are going to see some very established democracies that are having conniptions. You know what conniptions are? Okay, epileptic fits. Some of them are 600 years old, some of them are 300 years old. So if ours is only 16 years old, we have nothing to worry about. Let us keep the faith, let us do the work, and let us make Kenya the greatest country that it can be. I thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Your Excellency, with your permission, allow me to now invite the Honorable Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary, and also Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, to make his submissions. Tumpatie makofi tafadhali akija. Welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, fellow Kenyans, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Your Excellency, with your permission, let me just take a minute to request the ambassadors and high commissioners and members of the Diplomatic Corps present to just rise so that we can give them an applause and acknowledgement. Thank you so much for joining us on this very, very important occasion. And as Professor Makau was speaking, he did mention that this was an item, a program that you sat with the late Raila Amolo Odinga so that you can actualize it. Let me, in that spirit, then acknowledge Mama Ida Odinga. Thank you. Your Excellency, I will not speak for too long, but I just want to try and recap the panelists and a lot of the issues that you captured in your speech. And I know that the next panel is being awaited for seriously because you will be one of the panelists. So I will seek the assistance of the technicians just to rush us through something which would summarize my remarks. Your Excellency, when I got the note from your office that there's this day, I just tried to work with our team so that we can quickly also capture the issues here. So on slide number 1, because I want to move away from too many speeches and also enlist the support of visuals, we want to take stock of 16 years of the new constitution. Our panelists have talked about the rights, devolution, accountability, participation, checks and balances, and therefore, when the panelists come, Kenyans may need to know what has worked, what did not, what needs to change. Shall we move to the second slide? That deals with the hardware, which the Deputy President referred to. We built the constitutional machinery, we have the institutions, Parliament has been spoken about, counties, commissions, the rights and safeguards through our courts. The question that we need to ask ourselves: can the hardware alone run the country? That's a fundamental question. Who is the software, or what is the software? The software is us, the people, the citizens, the institutions. Collectively, we are the software. We have to look at the issue of ethics, integrity, civic responsibility, and accountability. Those have been spoken to. And in the image that I had there, you will notice that I deliberately try to look at even the child that is born. Now we can move to the next one. Values. Rules matter, but values make them work. What does the law require? What is the law trying to protect? What value is it trying to preserve? Ladies and gentlemen, constitutionalism is more than compliance. Let me move to the 5th slide. At the corner, you will notice something about litigation. These are the constitutional safeguards. We want to protect citizens. We want to restrain power. We want to strengthen accountability. But process must serve purpose. We need to ask ourselves, the processes that we have inbuilt, do they serve purpose. Let's move to the next one, participation. This is a fundamental principle. We must keep the principle. However, we must improve the mechanism of achieving this principle. When we engage, do we engage meaningfully? Is it representative enough? Is it proportionate? Is it technology enabled? I ask these questions because the AG mentioned the public participation bill, which has gone through Parliament. I think it's now with the Senate. It may be of interest to note that we did cost what is outstanding for the government of Kenya during this 5-year period in terms of either legislation or policy. And if we go through public participation in the way that it is currently formatted, we came to a figure of 20 billion Kenya shillings to go through the process of participation. Is that proportionate when compared to the need to strengthen SHA, to the need to do affordable housing, to the need to improve our education? Is that proportionate? However, there's a rider there. Participation must not become a box-ticking exercise. It must be meaningful. Ownership, we have all talked about ownership. Our good friend, the late Kajwang, Honorable Kajwang, would always start his public rally by saying, "We the people." Can we stand here and say that this constitution belongs to us? Can citizens read it, understand it, debate it, apply it? A constitution should not belong only to the lawyers. Have we gone that extra mile to have this constitution in our vernacular languages, to make it easier for our people to read and understand? Those are questions that we need to ask ourselves. What are the gains? Some have been highlighted. Devolution. Power is closer to the people, to the citizens. Rights and dignity. Institutional checks. Active citizenship. These gains must be defended. What are the misses? What have we built or what have we not built? Below that question, I underline corruption. Have we dealt with it? Impunity. Has it diminished or has it scaled? Weak institutional culture. Procedure over public interest. Is it enough to say, is it legal? And is legal the issue that should be the only benchmark? Or should we ask ourselves, is it right for Kenya? Whatever we do, is it right for Kenya? Slide number 10. We are now talking 16 years later. Kenya has changed. 2010 to 2026. There's a new creature, AI. It is now with us. Technology, the economy, demographics, work, information, all now in this new environment of AI. Ladies and gentlemen, the Constitution must keep speaking to a changing Kenya. Let's just for a moment conceptualize the word sovereignty. How do we define sovereignty in this context? It's not just about the traditional borders. We have to look at sovereignty afresh. Reform. We should not be afraid to improve it, and I think the panelists came out very strongly on this. Let us refine what needs to be refined. Let us strengthen what needs to be strengthened, and let us simplify what needs to be simplified. Not for personalities, not for parties, but for Kenya. The law must serve people. We make laws to create safer communities, fairer institutions, better government, more prosperous citizens. Process must serve purpose. Let's move to the 13th slide. Is this constitution perfect? It may not be perfect, it is not. Is it defective? Some aspects of it may be. Is it capable of improvement? Yes. You all are familiar with the phrase, even a good tool becomes blunt with use. You do not, however, throw away a good tool. You sharpen it. So we have an opportunity in this debate to sharpen our tool. The 14th slide. Have we built the hardware? The answer is yes. Have we built the software? That is work in progress and ahead of us. Ladies and gentlemen, institutions matter, laws matter, courts matter, but above all, it is character that makes the system work. So, what is our national character? What defines us? Professor Hino, on the launch of the President's Day of Beyond Vision 2030, said that a study had revealed that Kenyan young are very robust, very optimistic. But scientifically, they have established there is one major challenge, the challenge of self-regulation. That comes with character. Ladies and gentlemen, my remarks end there because the people who are coming for this panel, I believe I should now invite them. It's not easy to invite a president on a panel. Mr. President, you are the first panelist. I now also wish to invite the Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, the Honorable Justice Martha Koome. Let me invite the Speaker of the Senate, the Honorable Kingi. Let me invite the Chairperson of the Council of Governors, the Honorable Ahmed Abdullahi. And to represent the National Assembly, the Honorable Gladys Cholet, boss. You're most welcome. I think my tour of duty ends there. I believe there is a, yeah, you can sit. I believe there's a, who was the person coming here to raise the questions? Our moderator, please. Latif. This man harasses us when he gets hold of us. Please.
Your Excellency, the honorable panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Happy Katiba Day. I want to start on that note because it has to be a happy Katiba Day. On this day, 16 years ago, it was a bright morning when many people gathered at Uhuru Park. I was one of them. And there was renewed hope in this republic that we, the people, were giving ourselves a new constitution. And on that day, we witnessed the birth of the Second Republic. On that day, we hoisted a national flag at Uhuru Park. It's there to date. When you look at that flag, always remember that represents the Constitution that we're talking about today. Your Excellency, as we mark this 16th anniversary of our Katiba, we also ought to actually recognize that it is now a national day. And a national day means that we may do whatever else we want to do with ourselves throughout the year, but on one day, we shall anchor ourselves to the supreme law of the land and to the sovereignty of the people of Kenya. And that day is today. Please, let's clap for that. When we say we, the people, give ourselves a new constitution, many people may take that for granted. But actually this morning on our show, Fixing the Nation on NTV, we actually asked ourselves the question, if you went around many African countries and asked the people just ordinarily, ndugu jirani, hapa kwenu mna katiba? Some will actually not be able to answer and tell you whether they have a constitution or not. Go to any part of this republic today and mention the word katiba, and people know that we have a constitution. That anchors the fact that we, the people, are the owners of this constitution. We are the sovereign in this constitution. We delegate our sovereignty to institutions and to public offices. And for that reason, we had the various institutions speaking earlier today, and we also have the very top of our arms of government on this panel. Let's clap for them as we start this conversation. I want to start by just acknowledging some of the words that you said, Your Excellency, in your remarks to set the scene for today. You said accountability cannot end with defending institutional territory, observing procedure, or publishing reports. Ultimately, we must account for outcomes, whether we have protected the sovereignty of the people, upheld human dignity, preserved constitutional order, used public resources responsibly, and brought the rights guaranteed by our Constitution within the reach of more citizens. There's no greater responsibility than that's given to the people in our panel today. And I want to start with you, Your Excellency. When you took the oath of office, the first oath of office that you took was the oath of affirmation of allegiance, in which you said, I may remind you, and I'll use the names. Please allow me to use your name. I, William Samoei Ruto, in full realization of the high calling I assume as President of the Republic of Kenya, do swear that I'll be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Kenya, that I'll obey, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of Kenya as by law established, and all other laws of the Republic, and that I'll protect and uphold the sovereignty, integrity, and dignity of the people of Kenya. Our conversation this afternoon, Your Excellency, with the permission with the honorable panelists, I just wanted to make it very short. It's not accountability. Accountability for these high officers. At the end of this, the program has you coming to make your closing remarks. So we'll not even do the closing remarks. We'll just do quick accountability for the person and the office that you hold. What have you done to uphold the Constitution? Your Excellency, you swore to obey, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of Kenya. Are you aware, sir, that your cabinet is unconstitutional?
Thank you very much, Eric. I am fully aware that the court has made a determination and given me time to realizing that that is work in progress to be able to do what I need to do. But in that context, let me speak to my oath of office in a broader context, and to speak to this day, Katiba Day. And as I have said in my earlier statement, this is not just a ritual. This is a time for us to reflect and account for what we have done in 16 years with respect to the tenets, the principles, the mandate, and the requirement of our Constitution. And putting that in the context of my oath of office and being accountable for that oath of office, and putting it in the context of what, again, I said earlier in terms of how do we account for the authority that we exercise and whether that is making impact on the people of Kenya, especially on what you said, whether more and more citizens are closer to the rights that the Constitution envisaged. And I will say the following, that by way of accountability, when we seek a mandate like the way I did, I made commitments to the people of Kenya. And those commitments were not just statements. They were not just slogans. They were commitments that ultimately I must be held account, because that is what the Constitution. And I would want to put it in this context. Number one, I made commitments about how to transform the nation and what I need to do. And I made proposals to the people of Kenya that this is how I intend to stabilize the economy. This is how I intend to make sure that we have access to health getting to the majority of citizens. This is how I intend to work on making sure that there is decent housing as it's required by the Constitution. This is how education that is provided for as an obligation to government in the Constitution, this is what we are going to do. This is how we are going to work on access to water and all the other requirements of the Constitution. And I can confidently tell the nation today that subsequent to my election and my commitment that I will be faithful to the Constitution, we have done whatever we needed to do, difficult as it may have been, to stabilize our economy. Today, our economy is the 6th largest economy in Africa. Our interest rates have come down. Our exchange rates have come down and stabilized. Our inflation has come down and stabilized. And our sovereign debt position is way different from what it was. We did not only, avoid the default. We've gone ahead to create a much more stable economy.
Allow me to bring you back to my question.
Just let me, so that I don't lose my trend of thought.
Okay.
Let me say that often I have been asked, you committed yourself that you will reduce on debt and on borrowing. And I want to answer that question in this forum because prudent management of public resources is part of accountability, is part of accounting by leaders. You know, sometimes we reduce accountability to just be about, corruption and those other things, which are fundamental. But the worst form of corruption is to make a commitment that you have no intention of keeping.
True.
And so when I made a commitment that we are going to think of how to develop our country without burdening ourselves with too much borrowing or debt, and sometimes disproportionately disadvantaging generations that come after us.
Right.
I can say on this podium today, if you look at where we were in terms of debt and where we are today, we have significantly, by multiples, reduced the rate of acquisition of debt in our country. Let me give you an example. When Moi left office, we had a sovereign debt of 630 billion. That is what Kibaki inherited. In 10 years, Kibaki took that sovereign debt to 1.8 trillion. That is 3 times, by a multiple of 3, roughly. When my brother, President Uhuru, left office in 2022, he left behind a debt of 10.3 trillion. It had grown by 5 times, 500% in 10 years. In my 5 years, that debt has grown from 10.3 trillion to 13 trillion. In 5 years, that debt has not grown by multiples. It has grown by 27%. And therefore, the commitment I made that while we will continue to invest and develop our country, we will do it in such a manner that we reduce on borrowing, we reduce on debt, and we grow our economy sustainably. So I'm just giving an example of how accountable one must be.
So back to my question, sir.
I will come to your question. Just allow me to set the context.
I just want to phrase it again,
yes,
so that we don't lose track of what we are saying. And you've used the words that I do not want to repeat, but let me just use them. Worst form of commitment, of corruption, is making commitments that you do not keep.
Yes.
You made a commitment in your gender charter to have a 50% representation of each gender in your cabinet. Today, your cabinet is unconstitutionally composed of the requirement not more than 2/3 of the same gender. I just want to seek, because the issue here is constitutional accountability, Your Excellency.
Correct.
So in that regard, because this sends a strong signal to the rest of the Republic, what is your answer to that? Why is the cabinet unconstitutional? What are you going to do about it? There is a court order that has not been vacated by any other court that has given you until the 28th of October to reconstitute your cabinet.
Correct. Precisely what I'm telling you is, in the context of commitments that you make, you may not necessarily get 100%, but you can get 80%. In your estimation, have you passed that exam or did you not pass? If the commitments you made, you have achieved 80%. There are some commitments that are work in progress. But what I was trying to point to you is that of the commitments I made to the people of Kenya, commitments on the economy, commitments on education, commitments on agriculture, commitments on housing, commitments on making sure we control our debt, commitments on making sure that we have universal health coverage, I can confidently say we are at 80%. That does not mean we have discharged every commitment. There are commitments that are outstanding. Among them is that one on making sure that we respect the 2/3 gender principle.
Will you reconstitute the cabinet?
It is, that's a much more simpler thing to say.
Okay, let me just...
But let me just, you know, we are speaking in context.
Yes.
You know, don't make it simplistic.
I am not, sir.
Because, you know, there are many people who are telling me, for example, I heard from exactly what you are saying, you must get 100% for you to have passed. I don't think that is fair to say, for you to have passed, you must get 100%. I think what we are saying is, have we, in the collective assessment of the people of Kenya,
yes,
have we kept our part of the bargain substantively? You remember I used the words progressively in my statement several times. Yes. Have we made progress progressively? Yes, we have done. Have we done 100%? No, we have not got 100%. Some of it, as was said here by leaders, is work in progress. And its attainment may not happen today. Just the same way, the court has ruled that Parliament is unconstitutional because of the 2/3 gender rule.
Yes.
That determination was made by court, I think, almost 5 years ago, 6 years ago, to be exact. But it's work in progress, you know. I did make proposals myself to Parliament on how we could attain the 2/3 gender rule. It is still work in progress in Parliament. And I think progressively, without being too aggressive against ourselves, that is work in progress.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. I want to move to my leadership, the Honorable Chief Justice. As head of the judicial arm of government, the judiciary, we the people, created the judiciary and wanted the judiciary to be the ultimate arbiter and the one that upholds constitutionalism and the rule of law in this country. Madam Chief Justice, there have been questions of integrity within the judiciary. You've addressed them previously, but you continue to address them. The question that I asked to you is, would Kenyans believe that their judiciary is functional when questions of integrity keep arising towards it and they don't see progress being made?
Thank you very much, our moderator. Thank you, Your Excellency, for inviting me to this forum. I'm honored, greatly honored, to participate in this forum where we are looking at our Constitution and asking ourselves whether it has worked for us, what we need to do to make it work better. Now, when I look at the judiciary, we agree that judicial authority comes from the people. The people are sovereign, and therefore we are servants of the people. And whatever we do in serving them, we always ask whether we are meeting the expectations of the people, whether we are responding to their expectations, whether justice is truly a lived reality in Kenya. So this Constitution has really strengthened the judiciary, because now judicial independence is constitutionally entrenched. But we take it that judicial independence goes hand in hand with accountability. We ask ourselves whether in the way we deliver justice, are we reaching out to every Kenyan? Can every Kenyan access justice? And that is where we begin, Latif, to tell ourselves that delivery of justice services is like any other service. And therefore, we have a duty to reach to the very last mile with judicial services. And when we looked around, the number of Kenyans who can access formal justice services are about 17%. The rest of Kenyans look for justice elsewhere through other means. They go to the chiefs, they go to their religious leaders, they go to their community, to their elders to seek justice. And therefore we asked ourselves as judiciary, and especially me as the Chief Justice, am I only a Chief Justice of the 17%? No. So we must net everybody. And this is why we are working with communities to expand the multi-door approach to justice to reach the alternative justice system, which is also a command of the Constitution, that we should promote ADR, alternative justice system, mediation, negotiation, reconciliation, and all that, so that every Kenyan can have a choice. Do I want to go to the formal court? Do I want to go to the alternative? And that if we are being celebrated even by the Commonwealth for having been able to link the informal justice system with the formal justice system. We have ukumbis or tribunals or community sessions where people are resolving disputes, and thanks be to this Constitution, they are able now to come with those agreements. We have trained them on fair trial methods so that when they agree, we only ask ourselves whether this agreement meets the constitutional thresholds. We've been, and we have established ourselves in 16 counties where we have NJS. We have court-annexed mediation now in over 120 court stations where people can opt for mediation, negotiations, to agree on their disputes, and we are adopting those disputes as the orders of the court. You talked about corruption, and I think the priest who did the introductory remarks was very apt, that the manure that is eating Kenya is corruption, is issues of integrity. And I think all the speakers have spoken to it. For us in the judiciary, it's very, very serious. We have no other currency to trade in. The executive has the power of the sword, they have the power of the purse. We only have public trust to trade in. And therefore, Kenyans must have confidence in the judiciary, in the independence of the judiciary. And this independence cuts both ways. It's both independence for us to be able to make decisions without any interference from anybody or from any institution. But also, it's an independence that ensures that the citizenry can have confidence in the judiciary.
Yeah.
So it's both ways, and we are required to be accountable. We have done everything as a country to enact laws, beginning with the Constitution and other laws. What I would like to say is that corruption, in all its facets, is a criminal offense. And we have taken the front row in the judiciary to tell Kenyans that we operate a zero-tolerance policy to corruption. We even do a daily briefing in our courts to tell Kenyans, when you come to court, you will not be asked for a bribe, you will not be asked for any facilitation. Please do not bring a bribe to the court.
Right.
We have worked with the NCAJ, the National Council on the Administration of Justice, to develop guidelines that will help us implement these laws against corruption. And we are implementing them in the judiciary. But it is a societal problem, Ratif, that requires Kenyans to say no to corruption. It requires a national conversation, because as much as we try to insulate ourselves in the judiciary, we are within this ecosystem where people believe in giving a bribe, or even believing somebody who has no connection with the judge or the magistrate, that I know the magistrate, I know the judge, I will fix your case, I correct money to go and take to the judge. The judge or the magistrate may not even know, but sometimes they know.
Yeah.
And therefore, I've been saying it is wrong. We as judges and magistrates and judicial staff cannot be dispensing justice with one hand and committing a crime with the other. Any citizen who comes across a judge or a magistrate or a judicial staff asking for a bribe, we ask for cooperation.
Thank you, Madam CJ. Just a quick follow-up on that. Citizens told the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission in their EACC 2025 survey that court magistrates attract the highest average bribe, apparently 164,000 shillings. Now, the one question I want to ask you, now that we are now introspecting 16 years in, can the judiciary really police and weed itself of corruption?
Yes and no, by everybody who has taken a hold of office to defend the Constitution, to defend the rule of law, to say no to corruption. But out there are many people posing as agents of the judges. They are the ones collecting money to bring to the judiciary. And Kenyans themselves, why are they giving money to come and bring to the judiciary? So we alone cannot, because like me as the Chief Justice, with my 2 eyes, corruption, I was told, is like, is it sodomy, or is it, what offense takes place adultery, which takes place in the dark places. So with my 2 eyes, how can I know who is negotiating a bribe in their houses, in their chambers, in the hidden places where they do those things? So it's a societal problem, Latif, that we all need to embrace and say no to corruption, say the manure that is eating Kenya, like it happened in New York, is corruption.
Thank you, Madam
And
CJ.
therefore, we need to say no to it.
Asante. Thank you very much, Madam CJ. I want to move to the National Assembly, represented by the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Gladys Boss. When we, the people, created the legislative arms of government, and Parliament in particular, we created a Parliament that would represent us, that would create laws that we'd follow, and that would oversight the executive. Many complaints have been made in the public about the Parliament's role of oversighting the executive. Not just the 13th Parliament, the 12th Parliament, the 11th Parliament under the 2010 Constitution. Is Parliament, as constituted, maybe politically or otherwise, able to properly oversight the executive?
Thank you, Latif. And before I answer what your statement comes from, I first want to say we are here to discuss Katiba at 16 and what we have done as the National Assembly to implement the Constitution. So let me start with that, because that's our business today. If you look at Article 43, which the President has spoken about very passionately, on the issues of health, if you look at the Social Health Authority Act, Parliament, National Assembly passed it. If you look at the Primary Health Act, it was the National Assembly that passed it. If you look at the Emergency, Chronic and Critical Illness Fund, that is the National Assembly. If you look at the Digital Health Act, that's the National Assembly. So on the issue of health, under Article 43, we have made our part. On education, currently we have several laws. We have already, just yesterday, we were debating the an amendment to the Basic Education Act, because again, that's a right. It's a socioeconomic right under Article 43, and further to that, there's more amendments that are going to the Higher Education Loans Board, the Tertiary Institutions Act, the Education Assessment Act, and so on. All those are ongoing. If you look at the right to water, again, we passed the National Water and Storage Authority Act, and that is already in place. If you look at the issue of housing, the Housing Levy Act was passed in Parliament. If you look at the changes that were made to our savings at the National Social Security Fund, again, that law was amended by Parliament to be able to allow an increased amount so that we can have increased savings in the country, so that we are not borrowing money from other countries, but we can borrow our own citizens' money. If you look at Social Security, on the money that is given to senior citizens by government, again, that took an act of Parliament. So we can categorically say that as the National Assembly, on the manifesto of the Ruto administration, we have been able to do our part. On the issue of the right to food, again, when you see some of the programs and some of the laws that we are passing, is to ensure that we are able to attain the issue of food security. The courts, on many cases, has castigated Parliament over public participation, and that's why the Public Participation Act is currently before the House and has gone to the Senate. Again, the National Infrastructure Fund, that's an act of Parliament. The National Sovereign Fund Act, that's from the National Assembly. The government-owned enterprises, that's also that. And just to tell you that Parliament is sensitive to the people, because we represent the people, and that's what the spirit of our Constitution says. When we had the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz, and the prices of fuel was going to go very high, immediately, in exactly 1 day, we sat until midnight and amended the Value-Added Tax Act to be able to bring the price of fuel to at least an acceptable level. So yes, Parliament is doing its part to be able to implement the Constitution. On the matters of oversight, every single day, when we are not sitting in plenary, we are calling to account the executive. I know that the Auditor General was here, and yes, you many times hear the voice of the Auditor General when she has audited a certain institution. Most of the time, it's announced publicly, even before it comes to Parliament. Remember, it does not end with the Auditor General. That report, the Auditor General must bring to the National Assembly, then the relevant committees review them, and then are able to give sanctions where required or give recommendations where required. In the past, Parliament was behind in about 6 or 7 years. But today I can confirm to you as chairperson of the Liaison Committee, the chairpersons have confirmed that Public Accounts Committee is now at 2024-2025 financial year. PIC, the same thing. So we have managed to review the reports. And the challenge had been before that there was only one committee dealing with it. After that, the PIC committee was split into thematic areas so that they can be able to work faster. We've deployed several staff to them to be able to do that. So yes, oversight is live and indeed. And today, we go on recess as Parliament. And people think that we go on holiday. Actually, every single committee is sitting for 3 straight weeks to complete their reports because we are also alive to the fact that it's a year. So yes, I can confidently say that Parliament has done its job, continues to do, and and we have had continuous improvements. We recently had a state of Parliament report, and we're able to see that we've done this much and we need to make certain changes. Like now we know the outstanding orders have to be changed so that we can have the Public Accounts Committee can be in four of them in thematic areas so that we can work faster for better oversight and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let's account for that. Parliament has passed legislation. The question is, has Parliament processed legislation or passed legislation? When it comes to executive oversight, is Parliament oversighting the executive, or is Parliament, for lack of a better word, tapping the executive on the back?
Not
or
at
on
all.
The wrist?
I think, when you say that we are passing government bills, you must remember we have someone called the majority leader in Parliament. The single job of the majority leader is to table government bills. Because if the government has to work, the laws have to be passed. So that is his job. Then there is private members' bills, and then the minority also are able to bring various bills. Like the bill on the Basic Education Amendment Act yesterday was by Honorable Olwoch, who is from the minority side. And he has been prosecuting it for almost 2 years. So yes, Parliament is not a rubber stamp, as you try and say. That's a rumor by the media.
All right. The Honorable Speaker, Moses Wetangula, recently spoke of some MPs receiving letters for appointment of teachers. And I know that matter was live, even in Parliament, by some members of Parliament yesterday. As the head of Parliament, how do you respond to this? Is Parliament an extension of the executive?
Okay,
or the recruitment agency of the executive? Okay,
Latif, let me remind you again politely that we're here to discuss and take stock of Katiba at 16.
Indeed it is.
And so I have not come here to discuss rumors that are out there. What you can do, when I come to your TV station, that will be a valid question to ask. So I politely decline to answer.
Okay. Let me remind all of us that we are here to account for Katiba at 16. It is our constitution. The offices that we created are accountable to the people of Kenya in all things that they do, whether they are passing laws or blocking laws. So, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, respectfully, I tell you that the question I'm asking is about accountability.
No, it's a valid question,
Parliament.
and as you said, and as I've told you, that for today's session, there's no answer to that. But I can confirm to you that yesterday, the Education Committee was waiting to summon the Teacher Service Commission, because that is the independent commission that is charged to do with the recruitment of teachers. If they are doing it in a different manner other than provided by the law, then they are the ones to be called to account. And that's why I'm saying that's a conversation for another time, not today.
There's no better day than today, but let's move to the next one. Honorable Speaker, Amason Kingi, you're Speaker of the Senate. You served as the county governor for 2 terms, and you know the role of the Senate that we, the people, established is to defend and promote democracy, devolution. And I want to ask today, is the Senate protecting counties? And can you give us examples where the Senate has actually protected counties, and from what?
Thank you for that question. Indeed, the constitutional mandate of the Senate is basically that, to protect the interests of the county governments. And it does that in different fronts. First is when we are doing the division of revenue between the national government and the county governments. That is where the Senate then pronounces itself as a defender of the county governments. You will note that since inception of devolution, because of the fight, the spirited fight by the Senate, the shareable revenue going to the counties has gradually been increasing. So yes, we have been fighting so hard to make sure that the county governments do not get a raw deal when it comes to sharing the revenue between the national government and the county governments. There are other instances, of course, where the Senate comes in to protect the county governments. You've heard of this issue that is, I believe, still very much alive. That touches on the roads, for example. There has been a push from the national government on how to reclassify roads beyond what is presently provided for under the Constitution. And I think the Senate has taken a very firm stand on how we should handle that matter, again, protecting the interests of the county governments. So yes, the Senate has been there fought on behalf of the county governments. Have there been instances, Honorable Speaker, when the Senate has felt the national government overreaching its mandate to claw into functions of devolution? Well, if you look at Schedule 4, for example, which demarcates the functions that are preserved of the national government and the functions that are preserved of the county governments, for the period that we have experienced devolution, there has been, of course, a delay in unbundling these functions. And, but by and large, as we speak today, at Katiba at 16, a lot has been done. And unbundling has been done. What I think is remaining is costing of those particular functions. But again, under our law, a county government can enter into an agreement with the national government. Maybe a function is a preserve of that particular county government, but they can enter into an agreement with the national government to allow the national government to actually undertake that particular function. In such a case, we cannot say the national government is overbearing. All right, I want to just progress that conversation to, of course, the Chair of the Council of Governors, Honorable FCP Abdullahi. As governor who's also in your second term, are there instances where, as governors, you felt that the national government, and I'm not talking about the administration, I'm talking about the national government, has overshot its mandate to claw into devolution?
Thank you very much, Eric. Before I answer your question, let me set mine like everyone else was doing. Devolution has done extremely well, and it's the, that everyone here that has been on this podium has said it's that one single takeout that has been very beneficial to Kenyans out of our 2010 constitution. And without giving numbers necessarily, if you just look at the expansion in healthcare, in agriculture, in early childhood education, the distances that have reduced for fetching water, and all the number of hospital beds, and I have the data here in a very refined manner, devolution has done extremely well. Now, on the issue of national government and the whole matter of clawback, you'll have to understand that in a robust democracy such as ours, and where we came from, you know, we were not 47 countries coming together. We were one country, and we were not coming out of war, right? We had a very strong centralized government. And the clamor for the new constitution was partly to spread that power at the center and devolve resources and decision-making over those resources. So there'll always be areas of conflict between national and county government. And this is why we have a very elaborate architecture of intergovernmental relations. And we try as much as possible to solve you know, disputes intergovernmentally, right? And at times then, when we don't quite agree, that's why we have courts. And this is the same everywhere. I was just checking the number of cases that US states filed against the Trump government in the last 2 years. There are over 100. So this is normal. And two, clawback globally of decentralization, because devolution is a form of decentralization, doesn't really have to happen through change of law. It mostly happens through, you know, administrative procedures, right? Bureaucrats, sometimes even middle-level bureaucrats at national government might send out circulars and do certain things which then impede or gridlock implementation by decentralized units. And this is why we have IBEC, you know, the Intergovernmental you know, Budget and Economic Council, headed by the, chaired by the Deputy President, where we meet and, you know, discuss these things. And many times we disagree, many times we agree. We have summit, where as a body of governors, the council, we may even disagree with the president, right? And we come back together again to see how we refine, you know, certain procedures. So I would say, largely, we've done very well.
Right.
And sometimes some of those administrative interventions are necessitated not so much by, you know, the clamor for clawback, but just to get things more standardized, right? Especially in the area of health, technology, equipment, for instance. We might be quite protective of that space as governors, but again, when you look at what, for instance, the NESP, the National Equipment Support Program, has done, and sometimes we ask ourselves, could we have done this individually, you know, as single counties? So clawback is something that we always, as governors, have to be wary of. But this is why then there are these elaborate arrangements of intergovernmental architecture. And this is why also sometimes we go to the Senate and tell the Senate, this is not acceptable to us. And the Senate, much as we have a lot of other differences on other things, still remains and is the key protector of counties, protecting counties against Big Brother, protecting counties against themselves. So this is part of the robust architectural framework that we have. We have over 42, I think by the last time I checked, intergovernmental partnership agreements between county and national government. And we take this through a lot of, you know, legal procedure. We get, you know, lawyers to look at them to see, you know, how it could end, whether it is a clawback through the back door. And by the time we agree to sign those intergovernmental partnership agreements at a full council, then we are fairly confident that it's an arrangement that works for us. Of course, clawback is not only by national government, or the fear of clawback is not only with respect to the national government. Increasingly, it's also with the National Assembly. And because the National Assembly is also becoming quasi-executive by virtue of the funds they handle, you know, CDF, I don't want to get to the politics of that. There's Matters Equalization Fund.
It's for accountability.
Right, Matters Equalization Fund. So strict, what do you call, separation of powers between executive, legislature, and the judiciary, and especially between executive and legislature, and the realities of our political patronage. I think those are things that will be with us for quite some time. But generally, I think this current administration has respected our space. Thank you.
We, the people, have created layers of accountability for the devolution unit, the devolved units. There's the county assembly, there's the Senate, and of course there's directly the people of Kenya. You have a council of governors. Do you use that council of governors as an accountability tool where you self-check and you self-call out for, I don't know how else to put it, for bad behavior?
Yeah, that's a good question. As chair of council, I don't have the, constitutional office powers that the people sitting on this panel with me have. I'm just a first among equals. I get elected. So the next year I will be elected on the 8th of October. So I'm more of a union official. But having said that, we also have, benchmarking and best practices and advisory and conversations that, out of respect, I can have as chair with individual governors. But I get this quite a lot when I visit counties where the public complain to me about their governors. So that's not my role as chair of council. But we try to do this through benchmarking, by sharing best practices, by not reinventing the wheel, and by also having honest conversations in our, council meetings. There are things I have publicly said as a council chair, that as a leadership we will not, protect non-remittances of statutory reductions, or continued budgeting of pending bills. And these are conversations that we have as governors, but the architecture is not such that the COG is not an oversight body, right? It is an intergovernmental relation outfit. Thank you.
It's an association, a club.
Yes. And then the other question of the layers of oversight, this is a live debate that we're having now. Where does the oversight role of county assembly end, and where does that of the Senate begin? And I know there's a panelist who said county assemblies may not have, what it takes to oversight. I mean, it probably is. Then what are the requirements of being a county assembly member? Until very recently, the only positions that required any qualification was president and governor and their deputies. Everyone else could be elected with an ID. Now the courts have also said governors, like everybody else, need not have a degree. So those are debates that we have. We try to resist, as a council, appearing before the Senate for day-to-day operational accountability, and argued that that is best left to our CECs and the Assembly, and that the Senate comes in on big matters, on policy, when there's a crisis, when there's impeachment. But the court disagreed with us, so we have to appear before Senate as governors, and at times get asked why a bean card in a facility 300 kilometers from where you are has not been signed. So, the interpretation of law is done by the courts. We stand guided by the decisions of court until such a time when that changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor. Your Excellency and honorable panelists, you'll acknowledge that we are actually making reference to the supreme law of the land. And the fact that we actually have a supreme law of the land that is so well known by many people is a big gain, like we've all said. And the fact that we can have such a day to hold ourselves accountable for what we are doing with the office, the high office that we've been given, is also a big plus. I'd like to come final round as we conclude this panel to look at institution level and the Constitution. And I'll start with you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. You understand this Constitution very well. You participated in making of this Constitution well, as did the President and the Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Chief Justice, everybody. But looking at the Constitution as it is now and the institution of Parliament as we have created it, are there aspects of the Constitution that we have not gotten to the full realization of, whose benefits we are not yet reaping from Parliament? And are there ways in which the Constitution ties your hands as representatives of the people?
Thank you, Latif. When we take the oath of office, we swear to uphold and protect the Constitution. It's an obligation under Article 3 for every Kenyan, including yourself. You're bound to protect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. So that is something we must do. But as legislators, yes, there's ongoing discussions constantly. We have a committee on a Constitution Implementation Committee in Parliament. Its job is to constantly review various departments of the executive to find out if they have implemented the Constitution. So they're constantly bringing reports, and a lot of them, a lot of their recommendations have helped because they are able to look at the list on the schedules, what should have been implemented by what date, and they are ensuring that that is actually happening. So that is the role of Parliament. So Parliament can't just amend the Constitution, but our job is to have the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. But yes, there is also conversations in the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. I know which I sit on, when we have met the Electoral Commission and so on, and other arms of government, they say this probably needs to be changed. And what we have done is we normally give that report of requests to the Implementation Committee, and they are keeping a bank of that, so that when the time comes, when the Kenyans think that we should change the Constitution, there will be a reference book and a reference document. So that is available in Parliament. And they've also taken stock of what needs to go to a referendum and what can be changed under parliamentary initiative.
What fruits are we not reaping from this Constitution?
Sorry?
What fruits are we not reaping? Are there any fruits that are contained in the tree of the Parliament that we are not enjoying yet?
Within Parliament or the Constitution?
As the people of Kenya, we the people.
No, I think, like I said, having a Constitution is not an event. It is a process. So we are walking that journey now. And that is why I want to thank Your Excellency for convening this, because this is a time for self-reflection as a country. It's giving us a chance to make this a conversation. And just the way His Excellency also said that we need to look at Vision 2060. And again, that is something that the public will be involved in it. And I think this is probably the first time it has happened in the country, because that is how we improve our country.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker Kingi, what are we not getting out of the Senate?
Well, I think you're getting everything from the Senate.
What more could we get out of the Senate?
One area that we felt as a Senate need to be, clarity ought to be brought to bear is the mandate of the Senate and the working relationship between the Senate and the National Assembly. And for this Parliament, the working relation has been pretty good because I and Senator Wetangula tend to agree on a number of issues. But take, for example, the last Parliament. The Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker of the National Assembly are not seeing eye to eye. So we do not want to see this based on personal relationship between the office holders. We need a clear law that will define how these two houses work. And that's why the Senate has come up with a constitutional amendment. One, to expand the mandate of the Senate, and two, to bring clarity on how we can work together with our sister house, the National Assembly.
Thank you very much. I want to skip to Honorable Governor Abdullahi, and then we shall conclude with the Honorable Chief Justice and His Excellency the President. From our wordings and the spirit and letter of our Constitution, when we said we'd like to devolve power and to devolve some functions so that we have closer governance and closer decision-making to our people, in your experience in the last 10 years as governor, what are we not benefiting from yet from the devolution as envisaged in the Constitution? And what can we do to get there?
Thank you. Eric, as I said, in many ways, devolution has done its bit to equalize this country. The kind of devolution we have is not one of political power in that sense, if I look at it rightly. It's one of economic devolution. It is of service delivery, the things that matter. Given our diversity also, it might have been the right thing to do, because I know countries next door where there is ethnic federalism and states sometimes fight. One state picks up arms against the neighboring state. I think it's good that we didn't go that way, and that what we devolved is basic services and resources and decision-making over those resources. Of course, even for functions that are devolved, policy and standards are still with the national government. And the question of accountability, which is what we are discussing here, especially with respect to fiscal management, at times also may limit how much you decentralize decisions with respect to resources. Because if you take them then very low and you're responsible for answering the audit queries in the houses of Senate and Parliament, however, and the Assembly, it can look a bit counterproductive. And counties have been accused of not also devolving certain decision making much lower. I think the other thing that I'll probably speak to is the nexus between county service delivery, county government enforcement, and enforcement generally, because the level of enforcement that our people know generally is uniformed enforcement. County askaris can only carry rungus. So at times, we may increasingly are seeing that bylaws made by counties may not get as much support in enforcement as national laws would. I think this is probably an area that we need to look at, and that probably also speaks to why the county policing authorities are not enforced up to now, because of resistance from police operations teams. So those are areas. How can we strengthen counties to have better enforcement? How can we require them to devolve their services further? Those are conversations that we can have. But generally, I think a lot has improved. As I said, our intergovernmental relations is much better today than when we started 13 years back, right? But overall, of course, expectations also shift. The expectations that there were in 2013 are not the same expectations. And a lot of times, a county's performance may be judged by what the loudest MP from that county said on the floor of the House, as opposed to actual reports by oversight authorities. This is part of our politics, which we have to deal with. Lastly, maybe to protect counties, I have a lot of respect for my brother Abdul Qadir Mohammed there, and I don't think I have the qualification to argue with him on matters legal. I'm a simple accountant, but I have disagreed bitterly with him on the question of impeachment, and as to whether impeachment is a political decision or a legal decision in a presidential system. And also, I might be clouded by the political realities of our counties. We have had a governor who was impeached before she formed her cabinet. And she kept being impeached until she was finally impeached, right? And had to go home. So I think the courts have some role in protecting, such governors, where for sociocultural reasons, probably people thought they made a mistake in electing so-and-so, and will get rid of so-and-so regardless.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, it's not fair that you cannot recall a member of parliament for the first 24 months. And then you can't recall them for the last 12 months. But you can impeach a governor before they have formed government. Those are some of the things we need to look at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Governor. I want to come to you, Honorable Chief Justice. Again, as we take stock of 16 years of our Constitution, as the third Chief Justice under this Constitution, and having served in the judiciary even before rising to the highest office in the judiciary, what do you think we could gain more from greater cooperation and interdependence with the other two arms of government? And so we'll start by saying what we are not getting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just like the Deputy Speaker, what I can say is that our mandate as the judiciary is always to breathe life and spirit to the Constitution as it is. And what I can say is that Kenyans have full confidence in our Constitution and in the institution of the judiciary because they keep bringing disputes to us. And judiciary has courageously interpreted the Constitution. I heard some of the panelists saying that the judiciary overreaches. When there is an issue of overreach, because also the jurisdiction is given to the courts by the very, very Constitution, that is why we have the hierarchy of courts. If you are dissatisfied with the decision from the magistrates, you can appeal in the High Court, Court of Appeal, and if the law allows, you can come all the way to the Supreme Court. Now, when it comes to challenges, we have many. For instance, the Constitution created the Judiciary Fund. And I'm surprised that if you did not ask the other colleagues what they are doing about corruption. Judiciary gets only 1% of the national, actually less than 1% of the national shareable budget. And when you ask about corruption, you should have asked, where does the other 99% of the shareable budget go?
Good question.
Are there corruption also in the ministries, in the procurement, in other things? Because you only zeroed in on judiciary. You should have asked the other question, because here people said we have huge poverty levels in our country. That is a problem, because if we implemented this Constitution the way it is supposed to be implemented, then we cannot be talking about high levels of poverty. And even these people come to us in the judiciary, they need legal services, they need legal aid, and they, we see it. So because we live in this country, but we say this is our country. Whatever is not working, we must fix it. And that is the spirit within which we are meeting here today, to introspect and see what it is that we can do better as a country. How can we work together as the three arms of government supported by the constitutional commissions to fix all the things that are not working? For instance, we in the judiciary do not seek for cases. Kenyans come to court. And because this Constitution has given them the right, when you compare this Constitution with the old Constitution, you could not take the government to court. You could not obtain an injunction. You could not obtain a conservatory order against the government. But this one allows any citizen even to come to court on their own right or on behalf of another citizen. It allows everybody the right to bail. It doesn't matter what offense they have committed. So we are grappling also with understanding our mandates. We are grappling with understanding the checks and balances. But what I can say is that we need to sustain this institutional dialogue. Right. Because at the end of the day, we are all serving one Kenyan. and one Kenyan who is failed in the delivery of service anywhere, be it at the police, be it at the court, be it in the hospitals, they say the government has failed us. So we have to continue with this dialogue and see where we need to put resources. In the judiciary, you can see the Supreme Court. It looks actually very dilapidated. Your Excellency, you renovated the State House recently. Look at the Supreme Court. We need institutions that can even reflect the power, the authority, and the mandate that is given to the institutions of the judiciary. Our budget is so meager, so that even as we say we want to reach the last mile, we have now 60 small claims courts. Everybody in the 150 court stations we have is asking for a small claims court, because this is how you reach the ordinary mwananchi. But the budget does not allow us to do that. We are required to have courts in every sub-county, and that I understand it to be a constituency. We only have 150. We still have a long way to go, and this is because of the budgetary constraints. But recently, we came up with a master plan and a roadmap of how we can reach to all these counties, sub-counties, with the High Court, with the Magistrates Court, and small claims courts, and with the alternative justice system. We have mapped the whole country. We understand where we need to go. And now, because we understand the budgetary constraints, and we are also Kenyans, we live here. Our country is like your mother. You know what your mother can give you,
Yep.
and what your mother cannot be able to give you. But there are certain priorities, especially when it comes to justice needs, that we need to address through more budgetary allocation.
Thank you very much.
That is the problem I have found with the implementation of the mandate of the judiciary to access justice to everybody. We are not able to reach everybody because of the budgetary constraints. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Justice. I want to conclude with you, Your Excellency, the President. You occupy a very high office, head of state and government. Head of state means that you are a symbol of this republic. And I want to speak to you from that level, looking back, because you have participated in this constitution journey, before Bomas, into Bomas, out of Bomas, into Naivasha, into parliament, into the referendum, into implementing it as the first deputy president under this constitution and the second president under this constitution. So far, what are the gains? Because we've talked about the gains that we have, and we can all acknowledge the gains that we have, and you reflected on them in your opening remarks. What are these things that we are yet to realize, we the people? And how can we get there? What do we need to do to get there, to realize the aspirations and the great dreams of our Constitution?
Thank you very much, Eric. And because I don't intend to make any further remarks, including what was listed as closing remarks, I will just finalize on my statement now, so that we can bring this occasion to a close. First, let me say the following as I come to answer what you have asked me. That I'm very proud that we are able to sit down in the manner in which we have done and ask ourselves very candidly, very pointed, accountability questions from what you have asked me about the matter of cabinet, to members of parliament on the letters, to Madam Chief Justice here. It just goes a long way in, putting in context the great country that we have, that we can stomach any